Recording in progress.
I call this meeting of the Greenbelt City Council to order. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Good evening. Ms. Niesel?
Here.
Ms. McKinney?
Here.
Ms. Pompey?
Here.
Ms. Pope?
Here.
Mr. Roberts?
Here.
Ms. Weaver?
Here.
Mayor Jordan?
I'm here. Ms. Pope, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to share the Greenbelt Community Pledge?
Sure, although I'm noticing that it doesn't look like it's on the agenda packet, so,
I got it here. I'll go ahead.
yeah, why don't you go ahead?
The strength of Greenbelt is diverse people living together in a spirit of cooperation. We celebrate all people. By sharing together, all are enriched. We strive to be a respectful, welcoming community that is open, accessible, safe, and fair. Okay. So at this time, let's pause for a moment of silent reflection as we remember several residents and others who have passed away since the last council meeting. There's quite a few. James K. Giese, Ian Bennett Tuckman, William Askew, Douglas Michael Johnson, Gerald Jerry Roper Sr., Dr. Bernice Bloom Kastner, Marguerite Kinsius, Patrick Carroll, and Pamela Lambert. Please join us in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you very much. Hey, I just want to point out James Giese, Jim Giese is city manager of Greenbelt for 28 years from 1962 to 1990. Giese steered the city during the 1960s through the 70s, known as some of Greenbelt's most turbulent development years. He brought major highways, shopping centers, single-family housing throughout this planned community. So he was named as Outstanding Citizen in 2010 and really considerably shaped the Greenbelt that where we sit today. So I just wanted to share that with everybody. I understand there's going to be a service at the community church on September the 5th around 11 a.m. So certainly Mr. Giese will be missed. So that's going to bring us to petitions and requests. These council meetings, we hold them 2 times a month except for August and December. Mondays to set policy and to take formal actions. Our meetings are open to the public except for executive sessions as authorized by state law so that residents and others can observe council's deliberations. We do strive to provide reasonable opportunities for the public to voice opinions on matters being considered, and we will pause periodically for public comment. During these times, if you wish to address council or, address the city administration, just raise your hand if you're in the room. After being recognized, you can go over to the podium, and you'll need to state your name, and if possible, if you could say where you live, more or less, that's helpful for the minutes. If you are on Zoom, you can use the Q&A tab at the bottom of the screen to submit a written question, or once again, you can raise your virtual hand, and after being recognized, you'll be promoted. You'll need to share a name. We don't accept anonymous comments. And if you're watching on cable TV or on YouTube or Facebook, you can send us an email. The email address is questions@greenbeltmd.gov. So with petitions and requests, which is the section of the agenda that we're about to go to, please, you'll need to limit your remarks to 5 minutes and to speak on one topic related to the question under consideration or to your point. And as always, we ask that you avoid questioning the motives of others, and let's be civil in our remarks. So at this time, are there any petitions or requests? Yes, please. Yes.
Hi, my name is Christine Wilkin, and I live in Greenbelt. And I'm here with neighbors. And the purpose of attending this meeting is to show that we are concerned about Trump's mass deportation agenda and ask the city of Greenbelt to do whatever is in their power to protect us from ICE acting illegally in our community. Whereas based on video evidence and sworn testimony, we see that ICE has used more aggressive tactics to meet deportation quotas that violate laws and Fourth and Sixth Amendment rights. Whereas based on evidence, ICE has not identified themselves nor has been identifiable when conducting ICE raids. Whereas ICE has conducted raids without a warrant and detained American citizens and legal residents based on race, speaking Spanish, and place of work. Greenbelt community is in the midst of creating a rapid response network and training ourselves on how to protect ourselves and our neighbors from ICE. What is the city of Greenbelt doing to ensure that emergency services are acting in a way that protects citizens rather than support the racist and illegal deportation agenda? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So ordinarily, we don't really respond directly to requests. You asked a question. We have done quite a bit, and I would ask the city manager if you can perhaps respond either in writing or orally at this time, if that's council's will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From a policy perspective, we have discussed the matter obviously with council, with our legal counsel, with our law enforcement team, and we've taken the steps, the most protective steps that we can take that we believe we have the legal authority to do. Ms. Wilkins, I believe I shared the ordinance that council adopted a few weeks ago. That's now part of our general orders, a codified standing general orders of the police. So we've done what we understand to be the most protective approach that we can take on the matter. I obviously welcome feedback from council, and if you want to have further discussions of what additional legal protections or legal steps we can take. But we've done that. Additionally, we have worked through policies on how to respond to incidents within the city. We have received reports of Immigrations and Customs enforcement, their presence being reported in the city. Of the incidents that have been reported to us, we've determined that they've been organizing their activities here. There has been a meeting point, and we have dispatched our officers to investigate what is going on. That's among the most we can do. We cannot legally intervene in a lawful execution of arrest warrants, particular criminal arrest warrants that they claim to have. I can't comment any further than that because we really haven't had any incidents that we can draw from or that we can speak with. But we are aware that they've operated around the city and that they have been observed as gathering within the city corporate limits. Did that answer your question, Mr. Mayor? You want me to go deeper?
No. That's good. So rest assured, we are doing everything within our legal capacity to protect our residents and others. So if you have suggestions, we are certainly open to additional suggestions. Hey, are there any other petitions or requests? Yes, please. Once again, our practice is petitions and requests is an opportunity for to pose a question or a comment to the city administration, and we do not respond on the podium to questions. Our practice is to allow staff to research before we give a response. So please.
Hi, yes, Frankie Fritz, 23 Ridge Road. Two items I wanted to bring up. First, top of mind for me right now is the attack on home rule to our neighbors in the District of Columbia. A false state of emergency was called by the federal administration, putting Metropolitan Police Department under federal control based on no empirical evidence, but really just falsifiable facts. There are reports of unhoused communities being pushed out by National Guard and being arrested for the crime of being unhoused. And it's deeply concerning, and obviously that will have an impact on our entire region as people are pushed out of Maryland or pushed into Maryland looking for safe refuge, making sure that we have a interjurisdictional response. I know that there's conversations going on in Montgomery County. Obviously, our county also needs to be prepared because of how chaotic this situation can turn. And I do want to point to what I think was a very good response by Baltimore City. They had a coordinated response between the governor's office, the city council, and state legislators as well, really firmly denouncing this, both the facts that the non-existent facts that were used to justify the state of emergency, but also showing solidarity for home rule in DC and ultimately statehood, which is the only way we're going to be able to reverse these really painful attacks that our neighbors are feeling. I know a lot of people, I have a lot of people in mind in the district right now who are, suffering. And second, I want to bring up code enforcement. This is partially a success story, but a little bit of a postmortem. I want to thank Council Member Pompey, the city manager, Mr. Samarone, and Giselle Alvarez, who did help me work with a tenant in Franklin Park whose air conditioning was out for 10 days before I spoke with her during the heat wave from June 16th to June 27th. I will report that her air conditioning was finally fixed last Friday. So it took that long. It took 4 visits by code enforcement. Repeatedly, she had her work order tickets closed. She reported having work order tickets deleted, even though they had not been addressed. Code enforcement, would visit, but it was after the heat wave had subsided. So the conditions were no longer outside of the acceptable heat range. So her first 3 attempts were ignored. It wasn't until her roof flooded due to a leak with her air conditioning unit. She reported being hospitalized twice with black mold. After that, finally, after a 4th visit and the persistence of both Councilmember Pompey and the constituent services team, citation was issued, and within a couple days, her air conditioning was replaced. My heart goes out to her. I'm not going to say her name for fear of retaliation, but she lives with her 1-year-old grandson and her daughter, and she worked from home. She wasn't able to work from home for this period. So, as we're looking at our code enforcement regime, really making sure that we're taking a tenant-centered approach, that when we do follow-up, we're not just following up with the landlord and asking if it's fixed. We actually ask the tenant, are you satisfied with the result that you had? And I'm not saying that every time a tenant's going to be satisfied, but we at least need to be tracking the data of whether or not they feel like their complaint was heard, not closed without cause, and then followed up upon. I want to thank the city for working on this. I'm glad that she had a positive outcome, but it really should not have taken between June 16th to August 8th in the middle of a very hot period with her family in the home. And it was only because some neighbors came and rented her or lent her a portable air conditioning unit that she was able to stay in the unit for that long. And obviously her air conditioning costs went up because she had to use a portable unit. But, being persistent, really taking a tenant-centered approach when we're following up with people to make sure that we are closing the loops on these things, that we're not just taking the landlord's first, promise that they've resolved the issue as, the actual truth, that there is some sort of feedback mechanism that we're collecting, because the tenant reported not really having any contact from the city besides what, the follow-up prompted by people advocating on her behalf. So thank you both. Thank you for considering both of those items.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. There any other petitions or requests? Yes, Mr. Hartman.
Michael Hartman, 2 Court Garden Way. Greenbelt is very proud that of our description as walkable and bikeable, but we're most assuredly not rollable for people who use wheelchairs and other people who have mobility challenges. I noticed that the work on Crescent Drive, Crescent Road, of the fixing of the curbs and sidewalks, et cetera. But what about the new sidewalks and new pathways that are needed for people with disabilities that were, I understand, proposed in the APB report on bikeability and walkability? I bring this up occasionally, but I see money being spent for fixing curbs and sidewalks, which is needed. But the fact that new sidewalks are not being built, being set to make the walkway contiguous so that people actually have a sidewalk on lots of parts of the city, including Crescent Road, but also so they don't have to keep crossing the street back and forth to find the sidewalks that are there. The community pledge, last time council discussed the community pledge many years ago, I suggested adding the word accessibility, that the city's accessible. We've done a lot of things to make the city accessible, but the sidewalks are a glaring gap in that record, and one that's needed for people who are mobility challenged and other people who use wheelchairs, other people who need that, like, mothers pushing strollers and other people like that. And so we do need contiguous sidewalks that are all that allow a person to navigate through our neighborhoods effectively and easily. So I'd like to see a plan, like really a set plan, maybe save some money every year to do a few of them. I know they're expensive, but if you do a little bit at a time each year, then I think that we can cover that and make an effort and make progress in making our city rollable as well as walkable and bikeable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see, are there any petitions or requests online?
I don't see any hands raised online.
Okay, any other petitions or requests? Hearing none, let's go ahead and move into the agenda. And once again, we strive to respond to questions and petitions. I think in our standing rules, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or it really depends on the issue. So, respond. Go ahead.
There are items that we respond immediately. There are things such as the request of, what I hear Mr. Hartman say is a plan to construct new sidewalks. The response, unfortunately, is not as easy as, here's what we're going to do. Obviously, there's a reference made to an existing plan at APB, which I would have to research. But some of these responses we take them under advisement and we try to get to them when possible. I think
Do the best we can.
right, and I would encourage Mr. Hartman to visit us during the work sessions when we do the budget preparation, because we discuss in great detail how we're allocating funding. This year, we allocated a little over $1,100,000 in road resurfacing, sidewalk repairs, which allow us to do what we've just embarked on July 28th with the sidewalk repairs, stormwater system repairs along Crescent Road, and we replaced some sidewalks that needed to be replaced. At the conclusion of that project, we would have spent our $1.1 million allocated for the project. What will be left for the year to do resurfacing work and other active transportation improvements would be the ongoing projects of the bike and pedestrian projects that are underway. I reported at the last council meeting that we had completed 4 of the 6 crosswalks, and I believe we installed two just last week, Mr. Kim, with the two crosswalks that we've painted. After those projects, we'll move on to the road resurfacing on Cherrywood Drive. And that's being paid by our CDBG funding, and that's close to $230,000. And that's our transportation budget for the year. Once we don't complete that, we'll have to wait until next year to look at transportation's projects. So, Mr. Hartman, I encourage you to join us during the budget session. And you've got a strong advocate right behind you on transportation issues.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the details. Appreciate it. Hey, at this time, let's go ahead and dive into the agenda, the consent agenda. If there are no modifications to the consent agenda, could I please have a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented?
So move.
Mr. Roberts has a.
I'd like to remove item J from the consent agenda. So I can vote on that. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll put that as item number 16 on the agenda. I'm sorry, item number,
Are we going to put it,
No, it's I, I'm sorry, I. Is it I? I.
the name of the item?
I, yes. Yeah, item I.
Approval of campaign signs on city property.
okay, so we'll move that to item number 25. $27?
Technically, yes, it's 27, yeah.
Okay. Well, could I please have a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended? Is there a second? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. And that's going to bring us to the agenda. Could I please, if there are no further modifications, have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Pope is seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries as well. Thank you so much. So that's going to bring us to the communication section of the agenda. And in particular, the first item on here is a proclamation.
For the update from, the 7010 is technically first. Oh, as 7A. I think the proclamation is 7B. Unless you want a special order.
Oh, I see. This is an updated agenda. So right now, I believe we have an update on the Greenbelt Square project at 7010 Greenbelt Road. Jason Ainati of Bruno Clay and Angela Dismistis of NVR are joining us virtually to present an overview of the proposed development project at 7010 Greenbelt Road. Their presentation is going to cover key project details and anticipated development timeline. So, Mr. Ainati and Ms. Diminis, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time. Are you there?
I'm
Diminis?
here. Hi, everyone. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so sorry I'm having an issue with your name, but thank you for
No.
joining us tonight. So,
Thank you
And
for
I'm
having me.
here as well, Jason Ionati.
fantastic. So, we see the project is moving along pretty quickly, and it's been a long time since we received any kind of an update, just getting a better sense of how things are progressing along and what it's going to look like. And I know that council members and folks from the public, a lot of questions, just wondering, a lot of interest in the development. In fact, I've had several people say, hey, when's that going to be finished? I'd like to buy one of those units. So we appreciate the fact that you're joining us tonight. And why don't you go ahead and give us an idea of how things are coming along and what the final product is going to look like.
Sure, I guess I'll get started. I represent for the ownership. So we're developing the land, and Angela will be more speaking from the from the builder side. So from our side, it's going very well. Construction's going great considering the weather conditions we all just went through. So I'm very happy with our progress, considering the rain we had in June and July. We are
expecting to finish up delivery of the pad sites by fall of this year. And late last for fourth quarter of this year, we hope to finish up those sites and hand them for NV to start construction of the primary structures. So that's kind of our timing. There's a lot of details with PEPCO and WSSC and the weather, et cetera, we could go into, but high level, that's our timing.
Well, the weather has been just so incredibly rainy, and not just rainy, but really, really heavy rains. So glad to hear that the prospect that the pad sites will be ready this fall. We've got a number of new council members, and it's been such a long time since we actually talked about the project and seeing the ground broken and seeing the progress that's been made. Many of us haven't really had a good look, a good sense of exactly what's going to be available. So I don't know if you can give us a quick description of the development, but it would be appreciated.
Go ahead, Angela, that might be better for you.
Sure. We're very excited to break ground. As Jason mentioned, we've been working very closely with him, our development partner. Once the site is ready, we will break ground on our first of 4 24-unit elevator condominium buildings. And so we'll build that first structure with 24 homes in it, where we will have a model home and folks can come and visit and take a look and see all the different layouts that we have to offer. From there, we will be constructing 3 more similar buildings for a total of 95 homes. Elevator homes for folks to age in place. Once we break ground around the fall of this year, it is about a 10-month build timing, and we expect completion summer of 2026. At that point, we would be releasing pricing information, allowing folks to visit our website, join the list, as we call it, to give us their contact information, and we'll start to disseminate floor plans, pricing, things like that. We do expect that we can welcome interested folks who want to take a look at the model home and the other units that will be available around the fall of 2026.
Okay, so it sounds like it's about a year out. 95 units, elevator units, and structured parking, and a number of amenities. So is this development going to be like any similar developments in other parts of the region?
Yes, actually. Our company, Ryan Homes, is building the same floor plan. These similar homes are available in Pasadena, Maryland. The community is called Jacobsville. So not too far actually from where this community will be. And that is an actively selling location. So if anybody wanted to take a look, they could set up an appointment in Jacobsville and take a look at some of those floor plans up there. And they do have some decorated models as well.
That's fantastic. Other than the weather, are there any other factors that could affect the time frame or the outcome of the finished product?
It is development, yes, so there's lots of things that could affect us. We still have our PEPCO hurdles to get through. I think we all through some of those issues. Yeah, no, there's always chance for hiccup, but hopefully we don't. We're trying hard to be proactive and get in front of all of our problems.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
similar with the construction side of things. Weather can impact various stages of construction. Once we're inside the home, it's hard to really create any hiccups for us. So once we get going, it should be a smooth 10 months. We do need utilities and permits and things like that to time so that we don't see delays for opening.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Council, Any questions or members of the public? Yeah, Councilmember Pope.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say thank you for coming out tonight and giving us a short update, because I had actually asked for that, I had asked to be put on the agenda for a while, because we do have a lot of new members, and everybody's just interested, because now people see something moving in equipment and something's going on, and everybody's asking, what's going on? What's happening? When is it going to be ready? So there's a lot of curiosity out there. So thank you very much for the update, and I'm glad that this project finally is happening, because we've been talking about it for so many years. So everyone is very excited. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so
for
much.
having us. We're excited to come to life.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Please keep us posted. We're very, very interested. And as I said, a lot of residents are strongly interested in getting a chance, getting their names in on that list as soon as possible. Some of them are sitting in this very room. So
One of the ex-council members, Ed Putins, is kind of eyeing it too. So wrote everything down. So I'm going to give him the update.
Okay, any comments or questions from staff?
Good. We look
But-
forward to meeting those that are interested.
Yeah, there's one question, one comment. Mr. Hartman, do you have a question, comment?
Michael Hartman, 2 Court Garden Way. A question on the pricing. I know you're not presenting that yet, but do you have a round and about figure for that? And will you be providing for low, moderate income folks to Asian Place as you're putting it?
So we're a little bit far out to be able to share pricing that we feel confident about. I'm sure those of you that are paying attention to the real estate market right now understand that things are changing often. So it's difficult for me to say the exact starting price. But if I had to forecast ahead to the fall of 2026, it looks like we probably will bring in these homes around the mid 400s to start. And of course, depending on size, because there are 4 floors in each building, right? Different levels will have different starting pricing, and the size of the homes vary as well. So that will, that'll ebb and flow throughout the building. In terms of affordable units in there, Jason, I'll kick that over to you.
I believe we have an affordable component here. I think we have an age restriction, but
Yes,
not an affordable component.
55 and over,
we
right?
do. These are all active adult units, and therefore,
Mhm.
yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, my internet is a little bit spotty. I didn't mean to talk for Jason.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Yes, Councilmember Niesel.
Just to clarify, you won't have any affordable units? Hello?
Might have to borrow Rodney's.
Sorry, thank you. Just to clarify, there will not be any affordably priced units or moderately priced dwelling units in this building. It'll just be 55 plus. That's the only limitation.
That is correct, yes. One of the residents of each unit must be 55 or older.
Okay,
No
Council.
affordable units here, but there will be an ADA accessible unit.
Okay. Councilmember McKinney, did you have a?
Yeah, I think she actually just answered my question, but you said an ADA accessible unit, meaning one, or will there be multiple units that are ADA accessible that are available?
I'll kick that over to Lisa McCulley.
Oh, I know you guys didn't introduce me, but I'm Lisa McCulley. I've actually met you guys before. I've been in there with this project earlier on. I'm the market manager in this area. Just to answer that question, they are elevator condominiums. So in terms of being able to get up to the units, there certainly is accessibility. There's a lot of features in the home that I would consider ADA features, but in terms of requirements to meet what is all ADA accessible. I believe the requirement is that we are required to have one unit in each building that is ADA accessible. We can confirm that for you because it's different based on different jurisdictions that we're in. Jason, if you know that, please feel free to speak up. But again, the homes themselves, there's a lot of features in the homes, whether it be light switch, the rocker light switches, the lever doorknobs, again, elevator up and down, the width of the doorways. There's a lot of features, and we can get a list of those over. But in terms of checking all the boxes on ADA accessibility, like cabinet height, for example, and the sink being, wheelchair accessible, there will be one unit in each building that meets all of those requirements. And again, we can follow up with a more detailed specification of what that unit is versus what features the other units have.
Do you mind if I just have, yes, a follow-up to that? Well, I know with, Ryan Homes, because they are the Greenbelt Station builders as well as MBR, that you can do some modifications. So even if you're only required to have one unit that is ADA accessible, is there still an opportunity for people who are going to purchase to modify their unit to make the counters higher, or to not have a bathtub and have a shower that you can actually go into a wheelchair? So,
Yes.
okay.
I mean, it's not all customizable, but there are some features that we, of course, in all of our homes actually, have some ways to accommodate those that have needs like that. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Just appreciate the update and the chance to talk a little bit. As new members on council and new people are coming and moving in and out of the community, so that open lines of communication helps to set expectations. So appreciate it. Let's go ahead and move to. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Mr. Orleans, did you have a comment?
Thank you. For the benefit of residents who should know better, and for the benefit of members of council who, even though they have not been on council very long, who should know better, this project is one of 4 housing developments endorsed by council over the course of the last 20 years, none of which have an affordable element to them. Council could have endorsed these projects, urging that an affordable element be included in them, but has chosen over the course of the last 20 years not to go in that direction. My hope is that whomever's on council beginning after next month or after November will want to change that attitude of council going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And to be clear, council did in fact talk with the developer on numerous occasions about affordability, attainability. So the statement that you just made is incorrect. We're going to move on. No, you may not, sir.
Directly rebutted what I had to say.
I certainly did. So
Yes,
if
you
you would
did.
have a seat, sir.
There's no evidence that council ever
Out of
Orleans,
order, sir.
Mr.
had any
Orleans.
serious discussion with any of these
Would you
developers
please?
about an
Orleans.
affordable element to their projects. There's no evidence of that because it did not occur.
So,
Can I have a point of
So,
order?
point of.
Or anybody currently on council demonstrating where I'm wrong and
Mr.
provide the
Orleans.
evidence that council ever seriously
Orleans.
engaged in an affordable element discussion with any of these
Mr. Orleans.
developers.
Not true what you're
Okay.
saying.
So, to our friends at Ryan and NVR, thank you so much for the update. We appreciate it. Keep us posted, and we're looking
And
forward.
we're happy to come back anytime as we get closer and continue to give more details too. So we'll stay in touch.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's see, the next item on the agenda is a proclamation. I'll stand up and read this. Proclamation. Whereas National Civility Month is proudly celebrated every August, serving as a powerful reminder to promote and uphold respectful, kind, and courteous interactions among individuals and within our communities. And whereas National Civility Month was established by the International Institute of Civil Leadership in 2014, and whereas in the city of Greenbelt, our community pledge emphasizes that our strength lies in the diversity of our residents living together in a spirit of cooperation, and so on. And whereas National Civility Month emphasizes the vital importance of respectful interactions through collaboration and empathy, we affirm the principle of treating others exactly as we wish to be treated. And whereas National Civility Month promotes open-mindedness and active listening, creating a more positive and productive environment, both personally and professionally. Now, therefore, I, Emmett V. Jordan, by the authority vested in me by the residents and the City Council of Greenbelt, do hereby proclaim the month of August National Civility Month in the City of Greenbelt and encourage residents to treat others with dignity, courtesy, politeness, and consideration. Thank you. So that's going to take us to the next item on the agenda, which would be the minutes. I believe there is a statement. Mayor Pro Tem?
In accordance with the General Provisions Article, Section 306C2 of the Annotated Code of the Public General Laws of Maryland, I move that the minutes of tonight's meeting reflect that the council met in closed session on Monday, August 4th, 2025 at 10:09 p.m. in the council chambers. Council held this closed session in accordance with Section 3-305B 1, 3, 7, and 8 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of the Public General Laws of Maryland. 1, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. 2, to consider the acquisition of real property for a public purpose and matters directly related thereto. 3, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter. And 4, to consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss with staff and legal counsel annexation, updates on personnel and legal issues, and planning for the city manager evaluation. Voting to close the session, Ms. Niesel was absent, Ms. McKinney, yes, Ms. Pompey, yes, Ms. Pope was absent, Mr. Roberts, no, Ms. Weaver, yes, Mayor Jordan, yes. Staff members present, Josue Samaron, City Manager, Terry Ruby, Director of Planning until 10:47, Dwayne Martinez, Director of Human Resources, Todd Pound, City Solicitor until 10:47. And there is the, do we have the actions? We did have some actions, I think. Are they down further? I think usually I include those as part of the. I think it was direction to pursue further information.
I think that's what it was, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not finding it quickly.
Okay.
But yes, I believe we directed city staff to gather some more information and consult further.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. To get, is it this one? Yeah, instructed city manager to continue with proposals for annexation and get additional legal advice and set a date for the next session about the city manager evaluation. Those were our actions.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Ms. Niesel,
Yes.
Ms. McKinney. Yes. Ms. Pompey,
Yes.
Ms. Pope,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts, Ms. Weaver,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. That's going to bring us to the next item, which is administrative reports. City Manager Summerone, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Good evening, council. Good evening, residents.
Kind of feel like you've already given part of your, you responded to a couple of inquiries there, but go ahead.
That was such a small portion of it. The road construction projects are one of the many projects we have underway. I checked in with Mr. Kim today, our Public Works Director, on getting a status update on our projects, and I'm delighted to report that we are on schedule with all of our projects, particularly the pool. You might have seen that the pool was closed for a day or two over the last 14 days. Nothing major, nothing related to the project. We remain on schedule with the improvements to the deck. We actually started the tiling work of the pool, so things are moving along well. Our Crescent Road project is moving well. We've done all the storm water system improvements as needed, replaced significant number of sidewalks, and the team is ready to get in there with the road work. However, we'll wait until after Labor Day because we have a big parade coming up. So we don't want any hiccups, so we're just going to push it off until after the Labor Day. So many of us were dreaming of having the parade on a shiny new road, but we don't want to take any risk with any delays. So we'll hold that off until after the parade. Other projects that are going well, the pavilions are installed. I took my walk on Sunday, and I was delighted to see some people already using it. There's still a little more work to do. We're working on securing the picnic tables for the space and setting up some sort of registration process for its use, because they're going to be high in demand as the rest of the Buddy Attic picnic areas are. We've had an amazing week in terms of public outreach. We had our National Night Out event. We had 4 National Night Out activities. They were well attended. I was only able to make it to 2 with my entourage. We don't move as fast as the mayor. So we were able to attend the Beltway Plaza and Windsor Green, and just the participation just keeps growing. And we were able to get the helicopter again this year. Our police department does a great job at organizing this event, but the entire team, Public Works, our outreach team, and the communications team. On Thursday, we hosted the Save As You Throw Town Hall. Was well attended. We had over 100 individuals attend. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Weaver. She led the charge on the presentation and helped answer, I believe, over 130 questions.
Yeah, there were some duplicates, so they were not all unique questions, but yeah.
But it was over 100 questions. We had a great engagement, so positive feedback on their front. And then we'll close off the week with the CCI block party. That was well attended. Delegate Ashanti Martinez there. Obviously, Mr. Mayor was there to read the proclamation. Our outreach team, Giselle, was out there doing voter engagement, and John Mason. I think you see John Mason at all our events promoting economic development. So he was there, and I look forward to Wednesday's meeting to provide updates on economic development initiatives that we engaged over the last week. And we included an extensive report on our activities. I welcome feedback. I'm sorry, a couple more events we had. We met with the state's attorney, acting state's attorney, Tara Jackson. We had a collaborative meeting with the mayors and administrators, and it was just a great meeting. A lot of collaborative opportunities. We've committed to a few follow-up initiatives, particularly around the improvement of services for justice involved youth. So the acting state's attorney is going to convene a work group to help deliver better outcomes for justice involved youth. Did I miss anything, Mr. Mayor?
Well, it was a great session, and she talked about, I guess, 90 days. She's been on board for about 90 days, and she's very, very open and receptive to suggestions from municipalities, which is very, very encouraging. So,
I welcome any questions you may have on our report.
Yes.
I just had a small one related to the playground repair that was on the consent agenda. Just, do we anticipate any issues? Because it looked like we were applying for insurance to get reimbursement. We're going to have to upfront the cost, but we're applying for insurance to get reimbursement for that from Legit. Do we anticipate any issues? Are we going to be able to get that taken care of by insurance, do we think?
I do not. It was not reported to me that we were having issues. Mr. Townsend is here, and I think that we did secure the claim to reimburse us for that. So that should be all set.
So no issues.
Replaced, yes. Mm-hmm.
But it's exciting. There is so much construction and road work, new curbs going in, and the city is looking really, really great for the Labor Day festival. So before, I was going to ask Councilmember Niesel if you have any hot off the press feedback about.
Do I ever, Mayor Jordan? We have got the lineup of the century for you on Labor Day. I simply cannot wait. It's going to run from Friday, August 29th to Monday, September 1st. Everyone should be there. You can get your wristbands at the co-op right now for just $20. That gets you all-day rides from like 10 until 4. Check the back of the ticket. I'm not really sure. But at the gate, it'll be $35. So huge savings. So again, at the Greenbelt Co-op and Pharmacy, you can get your $20 wristband. Saturday, we've got Info Day. Sunday and Monday, we have the craft fair. Monday, we have the parade. You can register for Rising Stars, a photo show, an art show, a pet show. We've got food vendors, booze from the community, a book sale from Greenbelt Elementary School, and all new bands lined up this year with a couple of your old favorites. No one's going to be upset. But really, we're doing a great job planning. We hope everyone comes out and has a beautiful sunny weekend. And Greenbelt Recreation, as always, is working super hard at getting together a full lineup of activities that are family friendly for everyone.
Whoa.
All of that is very great, and I look forward to it, but I'll ask for the mayor, when's the pie eating contest?
Contest.
That's up to Greenbelt Recreation. That's your.
Because I want to defend my title, you know, there's, you know, the city manager thinks that he can eat pie. There are other individuals in the city who claim to.
I'm there for the pie. I'm there for the pie.
Oh, I forgot one thing.
What's that?
Citizen of the Year. It's a wonderful event where you can nominate someone that you think has been especially important to the community here in Greenbelt. And with enough nominations, that goes to the committee, and then that person can actually get chosen as Citizen of the Year, get some wonderful prizes from local organizations and businesses, and be recognized as amazing for a full year.
And I think that process is underway. I think they've actually met. I have no idea. But,
They have met, yes. No decisions have been made. They're still accepting applications.
Oh,
Excellent.
whoa.
Been.
Okay, and it's a 70th anniversary too. So.
You know, it depends how you do your math. We still have the 70th anniversary shirts if anybody wants, but it's kind of the 71st now.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I've got confirmation the pie eating contest is on Saturday at 11:45.
45.
I'm gonna add it to my calendar right now.
Just in time for lunch.
That's fantastic. Councilmember McKinney, you had your hand up. And then-
Quick question on the rain events that we had a few weeks ago, because I feel like it's been after our last council meeting. Were there any potential impacts to the new playground at Spring Hill Lake? Because I know that there's a lot of water and buildup around Spring Hill Lake Rec Center. And I just wanted to make sure that there was nothing that, with that water that was collecting, that there may have been an issue to our brand new playground.
I'm not aware of any
concerns.
issues. The team do inspect all of our facilities after a major storm event, and nothing was reported to me, so nothing seemed out of the ordinary. You know, some of the conditions, you can see that with such a freshly paved or asphalt and basketball court and the pour-in-place surface at the playground, you can see some shifting, but I don't think anything was noticeable. So I'll ask the team to keep a close eye on it. And of the two weather events, we had a 5-inch rain and a 2-inch rain. The 5-inch rain obviously is the more impactful. That's when we had Braden Field and other sites. There's a news coverage in the Greenbelt News Review about the Greenbelt Lake, how it was covered with water in the fields. But within hours, that water started receding and we can see the surface again. So a lot of it, that weather is just how it's released into the streams. We're dealing with more frequent rain events that just our infrastructure is not able to handle.
Yeah, another one of those 5-inch rains. We can do the kayaking, but we won't have to go to Buddy Attic Lake to use the kayaks.
Let's hope not.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda, which I believe is legislation. And item number 11, because I don't think there are any committee reports. So item number 11 is a resolution to authorize the negotiated purchase of certain goods and services from various vendors as enumerated herein when the total fiscal year purchases from each vendor exceed $10,000. And this is for second reading and adoption. So each year, the city does business with a number of vendors from whom the city's individual purchases are below the bid limit of $10,000, but the aggregate, the total purchases over the entire year exceed the $10,000 threshold. Obtaining bid proposals for these goods and services is not warranted. Some of these vendors are the sole source or best source for the purchase. In other instances, the city purchases or bids taken by other government agencies like the state, the county, or Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. We're able to kind of piggyback on those bids. The bid price is extended to Greenbelt in those cases. So, Ms. Pompey, you introduced this resolution for first reading at the last meeting, and would you like to reintroduce it for second reading?
I would. A resolution to authorize the negotiated purchase of certain goods and services from various vendors and as enumerated herein when total fiscal year purchases from each vendor exceeds $10,000.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
And Ms. Pope has seconded. So we've got in the packet our spreadsheets, which actually list the vendors that fall into this category where their individual bids, proposals are below $10,000, but the aggregate throughout the year is above $10,000. And the list is alphabetical. It's also by value. There's 2 or 3 different versions of the list. Does anyone, I don't know if we can put it up, but it's going to be a little hard to read, but it's in the packet on the table. I was wondering, any council members have any thoughts or discussion on this item? Is there anyone online?
No hands raised online, nothing in the Q&A.
Okay, and in the room, we have Mr. Orleans.
I would just like to confirm from the city manager that the stipulation with all of these vendors will be included in their individual contracts, recognizing their obligation to adhere to the city's living wage policy. I'd like to confirm this. I've been told in the past it will be a part of this, that stipulation will be in each contract, but I'd like it confirmed again.
Mr. City Manager, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Erling, thank you, and thank you for your continuous advocacy on ensuring that we're paying fair wages for our contractors. We continue to enforce council's resolution for that it requires payment of a living wage. Last fiscal year, we adopted a form that the contractors attest to. It's an attestment for the contract, so instead of having it part of a general contract, because our contracting tools vary so much from projects, we have an addendum that the contractors are required to attest that they're paying a living wage. I'll go further that our council's requirement is in line with the state's living wage requirements. So not only are they subject to the city's living wage requirements, they're also subject to the state's living wage requirements.
Thank you very much. That attestation form will be included and must be signed by each of the vendors selected for any of it. Thank you very much.
Yes, and oftentimes there's a timing matter. We bring a contract to council that hasn't been signed because we haven't executed a contract to sign. So oftentimes we're collecting that form after we have authority from council to execute those contracts.
Yes. Appreciate that. So at this time, we have a motion. We have a second. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a comment or question? There's no further discussion. Let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor? Oh, actually, will you call the roll, please?
Ms. Niesel?
Yes.
Ms. McKinney?
Yes.
Ms. Pompey?
Yes.
Ms. Pope?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts? Ms. Weaver?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, the motion carries. So that's going to bring us to item number 12, which is a resolution to implement the Save As You Throw, the SAYT program, and adjust solid waste collection fees. This is for first reading. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to read this into the record?
I would. So this is for first reading, so no discussion tonight, but I would move for first reading a resolution to implement Save As You Throw, SAYT, say it, I think is how Green Aces is abbreviating it, program and adjust solid waste collection fees.
Okay, so perhaps that will come up at the next council meeting on September the 9th. Not certain, it depends on what else is on the agenda, but it will be coming up soon and we'll get into a detailed discussion on the topic. So item number 13 is an ordinance to make a.
It's the 8th, just for further note, so there's not confusion. The next council meeting is September 8th, not the 9th, just so that nobody gets that stuck in their head.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Weaver. And I will add further that we're creating a landing page for the Save As You Throw, or Say It as it's being renamed, that will contain all the information related to the Save As You Throw program. It would have last week's town hall, the resolution, the presentations, and a frequently asked question that we're working on.
Do you know what section of the website that'll be under?
It's going to have its own landing page. So we'll advertise it in the news, and then it'll be either its acronyms, the SAYT. That's probably the easiest thing to do. It would just be to put the acronym.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Item number 13 is an ordinance to make a supplemental appropriation in the Capital Projects Fund for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026 in the amount of $130,847 for additional capital project fund expenditures over the FY 2026 appropriated amount. And this is a measure for first reading, suspension of the rules, and for second reading adoption. So enclosed in the packet for council of the public is an ordinance to appropriate $130,847 as a supplemental fund transfer appropriation from the city's general fund surplus to the Capital Projects Fund to cover expenditures associated with the completion of the Buddy Attic Park parking lot project, including but not limited to lighting, kiosk, interpretive signage, supplemental landscaping, curbing, and walkway improvements. Staff anticipates bringing the contract for this remaining work to the City Council in the early fall. In 2009 and 2020, the city encumbered a combined total of $221,686 in the program open space funding for the Buddy Attic Park Master Plan Improvement Project, specifically to undertake improvements in the Buddy Attic Park parking lot. To date, there remains $130,847 in available program open space funding for this project, which the state is eager for the city to expend. These funds are eligible for reimbursement, full reimbursement at the completion of the project, and the county grant funding that has already been expended on this project is eligible to serve as the city's required match. So our planning director, Terry Ruby, is here with us, Planning and Community Development Director. Ms. Ruby, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the program open space funding, we've already put aside enough funding to actually cover. This is simply a transfer for the money that we've already put away into the general fund so that we can spend it.
Correct, this is the money we're transferring, but then we will be reimbursed, fully reimbursed with program open space monies. And as council's aware, because of the age of this money, we're required to put a 25% match, a local match, and we're fortunate that our county grant funding that we received, if you recall, Prince George's stormwater stewardship grant in the amount of about $187,000 constitutes our required match.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So there are a number of aspects to the project here: lighting, kiosks, signage, landscaping, curbing, walkways. So what's the time frame? Where time is just passing so quickly. It's practically September, and next thing you know, it's going to be winter. So are these things going to happen in 2026?
I'm hopeful to have a proposal on several of the items to bring to council at their September meeting. And I believe that we'll be able to begin implementation of some of those as well. The real goal is to have it all done by the end of the year. And I think we can do that. They're fairly limited in scope. We did, as you're aware, the project had kiosks that were involved. And then we're looking at some of the flexi-pave, doing some things to preserve that. If you see there's some erosion and so forth along the edges. So working with Public Works closely on identifying how we can improve upon that to prevent any, other degradation. And I'm working with Greg Varda, and Prab will be involved in certain aspects as well on lighting and so forth.
Yeah, I was over there last Monday, and I noticed there was a couple of chunks from the pervious surface.
Yes.
So, and this is the lighting and whatnot is all for that top level, the area where the benches are. There's not going to be any lighting in the park itself.
The lighting, we're looking at solar lighting along where we have future EV charging stations, because currently there is not light directed towards that area. If you recall, there are street lights that are directed towards what we call sort of the service road that leads to Public Works, but the southern side of the parking lot does not have any light directed towards it. So they would be solar lights, sensitive obviously to the environment that we're working with either shutoffs or dimmers for after park hours and so forth.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, so this mentions interpretive signing. We have sort of an outstanding recommendation from some of our advisory boards about signage that would include multiple languages as a welcoming to Buddy Attic. And there was a nice sort of chalk one that was done at the 4th of July. Is that something that could be included as part of this project to to pursue those recommended multi-language signs, at least for Buddy Attic. We'd also talked about some other locations, but at least for Buddy Attic.
That's something we can address as the funding. Currently, the interpretive sign is a requirement of Prince George's County Stewardship Grant. It's very specific to the the bioretention areas, explaining those, the landscaping, working with PIO and Kevin Driscoll on that, and we have some drafts that we're building upon. So with that regard, the interpretive sign is pretty well defined. And we're not looking at additional sign. The kiosk will be more of a case where things can be displayed, and perhaps, that's an
That could be
area where we
placed.
can certainly have things in various languages within the display case.
Well,
But we
I
can be
wonder
very
if the
mindful of that as we're, defining what projects that will be part of the scope.
And I think, the sign was originally envisaged as a sign with multiple languages, but if it's a kiosk, maybe there's a way to incorporate like welcome around the kiosk rather than it being a standalone sign. There might be some opportunities for that. And I guess that reminds me, this is then the interpretive signage is gonna be primarily by the parking lot? Because I seem to recall there are some, I remember from doing the kayak lake cleanup that there's some of the other signs around Buddy Attic that need
These will
some
be
attention.
like our
But-
walking tour signs.
Okay.
And right now, where we've identified to have the one major one is at the main entrance where the benches are and so forth, leading you in. So that you're actually walking through the experience and then you're reading about it.
Okay, yeah, I think it was elsewhere further down the path where there are some pre-existing interpretive
Yes.
signs that have been pretty degraded by the weather, but I guess that's also not quite this project either.
No, unfortunately, we've been told we have to confine it to the parking lot area. But there are grants that do fund the other interpretive sign. That's how we had that funding there in the first place. So I do know that it does need attention.
Yeah, I think there's a few around Greenville. Some are in better shape, but I think those just, in the sun over the years, they just start getting faded and hard to read, and it just happens. They have to be replaced periodically. Thank you, Ms. Ruby.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm keeping a list. I got a few of those signs to point out. But, so if there are, Councilmember Pompey, I don't know if you want to make a motion for, please do.
For first reading and suspension of the rules, an ordinance to make a supplemental appropriation in the Capital Projects Fund for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2026 in the amount of $130,847 for additional Capital Projects Fund expenditures over the FY 2026 appropriated amount.
I'll second that. Mr. Roberts?
Of course, I'll be voting against this because this is another example of using program open space funds, which was originally intended to protect parkland for things like lighting and concrete and all kinds of other building stuff. This is money that should be used and could be used to purchase land in Greenbelt West for a proper park for the people who live there that don't have one. The kids over there, they don't have one single playing field. Maybe we could use this money to purchase parts of Bark, which is threatened right now with extinction. If that land goes up for sale, what are we going to buy it with? We're not going to have any program open space because we spent it all on buildings and concrete and roofing and air conditioning. Our planet is in serious condition right now. We all know that. There's fires burning in the West, there's fires burning in Canada, there's fires burning everywhere. And to continue to use program open space money that's critically needed to protect the environment for these types of uses is very short-sighted. Say the least. I could say a lot worse, but I won't. So that's why I'm voting against all of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Ms. Ruby, in terms of the program open space funding, we've encumbered this and had the funding now for 3 or 4 years. Is that correct?
Well, Far more than that.
Far more than that.
2009 was the original encumbrance. In 2020, we had asked for
15
additional.
years, yeah.
So it's been some time.
So, in your estimation, is the state looking for us to spend this, to use this money for,
Yes, the
on
state-
parks and open space?
The state does not want to see program open space reverted. It doesn't reflect well on them, and as they indicated, doesn't reflect well on jurisdictions. And if you call, if it was reverted, it would not go back to the city of Greenbelt. It would go in a pot of monies.
Changed the way that they're doing program open space funding?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't see any hands and I don't see anybody online. So, Madam Clerk, or Mr. Summerone, did you have a comment?
You touched on the structure of the project program open space funding, that we now have to compete for it. And without the POS money, I think we will struggle to do the deck repairs at the indoor pool. That's costing us 1.5. We also have tentative approval by the county to go before the Board of Public Works to secure an additional $1.5 million for the youth center roof. It's money that it's not allocated specifically to Greenbelt. We have to compete for it. And that's a substantial amount of money that we could not make these capital improvements without.
And if I may plug, we have 247,000 POS for the Indian Creek Master Plan Trail, and we have kicked off that meeting for anybody that's interested. So please keep an eye out. We will have some community engagement and some updates for council on that very soon.
Yeah, that is great. On a personal note, I have to say, the way that Buddy Attic, the parking lot project and the improvements, access improvements to the sidewalk up top, the pervious sidewalk, it's really quite pleasing. And I see so many people using the area. So I think this is a great investment. So, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Niesel,
Yes.
Ms. McKinney,
Yes.
Ms. Pompey,
Yes.
Ms. Pope,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
No.
Ms. Weaver,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, that's 6 and one negative.
So now we need to do again.
Yeah, second reading, please.
For second reading and adoption, an ordinance to make a supplemental appropriation in the Capital Projects Fund for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2026, in the amount of $130,847 for additional capital projects fund expenditures over the FY 2026 appropriated amount.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Pope is seconded. If there's no discussion, Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Ms. Niesel,
Yes.
Ms. McKinney,
Yes.
Ms. Pompey,
Yes.
Ms. Pope,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
No.
Ms. Weaver,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes. The measure passes with one in opposition. Thank you very much. Hey, let's go ahead and move on to item number 14, which is an ordinance to make a supplemental appropriation in the Building Capital Reserve Fund for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026, in the amount of $35,000 for emergency re-roofing of the municipal building to be funded from the city's general fund, unassigned cash reserves. Once again, this is an item for a first reading, suspension of the rules, and then second reading and adoption. This ordinance authorizes a supplemental appropriation of $35,000 from the city's general fund, unassigned cash reserves, to the Building Capital Reserve Fund for the emergency re-roofing of the municipal building. The roof has surpassed its projected useful life with recent leaks impacting staff in public areas. Professional assessments determined that a re-roof is the most cost-effective option, extending the roof's life by an estimated 10 to 12 years. Due to the urgency, the project is proceeding under emergency procurement guidelines to prevent further water damage and to ensure uninterrupted municipal operations. So would someone like to make this motion for first reading and suspension of the rules?
Sure. For first reading, suspension of the rules and ordinance to make a supplemental appropriation in the Building Capital Reserve Fund for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2026, in the amount of $35,000 for the emergency re-roofing of the municipal building to be funded from the city's general fund, unassigned cash reserves.
Second.
Ms. Pope has seconded. So, let's see.
Tell us about the roof.
Tell us about the roof, Mr. Summerall.
It can be a very exciting topic or sour one. I mentioned previously, I believe 2 council meetings ago, that we were experiencing leaks in this building. Over the last 2 weather events that happened, we got a lot of snow. The water leaks were not just in the TV station room, but it's throughout the building. So after an assessment, it was determined that re-roofing the roof is the best way forward. Re-roofing the roof means putting another roof on top of, another layer of roof on the existing roof. This action is broken up into 2 parts. What's before you now is the ordinance for council to grant us appropriation authority, moving cash from cash reserves, unassigned cash reserves, into the building capital reserve fund so that we can we have authority to spend this money. Later in the agenda, council will be considering the contract to re-roof the municipal building roof.
Right, this is an unanticipated expense, but obviously the roof is beyond its life of 10 to 12 years. So this does seem like an emergency unless we want to start kayaking here in the municipal building. I don't think we want to do that. Councilmember McKinney.
Actually, I think Councilmember Hoppy was first.
I was just wondering, do you know when the last time we had this roof replaced?
It exceeded its life in 2019. So going backwards, Mr. Kim, would you? I think it's in the second part of the presentation, the re-roof.
Oh, okay, okay.
$1999.
That roof has really been on there for a long time. That's an old roof. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McKinney.
My question might be better suited for the second item, because you brought up the way that they're going to go about is to put a roof on top of the roof. And I'm just curious, like, is that standard, or instead of like taking off pieces, like, I don't know, patching it, you're just putting a whole new roof literally on top of it. So the existing roof will stay, and then you'll have
New shingles, not, new shingles.
Come up to the
Do you want to come
microphone,
up to the microphone?
The roof type is actually called a built-up roof. It's bitumen-based with an aluminum anodized finish on top. So a new roof would have exceeded, anywhere between 100 and 150,000. So this is a re-roof for another, and it'll go for about another 10 to 12 years. And then it would probably cost about another 5,000 to put an extra coating on it after the 10 to 12 years.
Okay,
And-
so.
And there are 2 parts of the roof.
Okay.
Essentially, there are 2 different kinds of roofs.
So I guess
The roof
that
that we're
lead-
dealing with now is the built-up roof.
Okay, so that, I guess, leads to my question. That is the financial piece. So going this route, even though it's cheaper than doing a whole new roof, will we get a longer extension? So in 10 years from now, we're not going to have to pay more than $35,000 for an additional roof repair?
Correct. You could continue to do an overlay on it, which would be at minimum cost or minimal cost.
But it still only lasts 10 years after that, right?
Correct, 10 to 12 years. So at some point, you're going to want a new roof.
Right, okay.
At some point. I mean,
Councilmember Poe.
So I'm just wondering, so if you're not taking off the old existing roof, and if there are some issues underneath, how do you know? I mean, there's water damage, there's moisture, so.
right. So essentially, the roof will dry out. I mean, that's how they're designed. But ultimately, to go over all of it, we had so much water penetration that we weren't confident that the $5,000 or $6,000 patch solution that was originally offered back in July would hold. And the excessive amount of water that we're getting, we just thought that doing the full re-roof would be a better option, a more safer option. It's money better spent than
Right,
doing
right.
the $5,000.
I understand. I was just thinking, water and mold, and I was just curious if, if that would be detected for health reasons, to keep everyone safe. So I just wanted to.
We're confident that the re-roof would satisfy the current situation.
Thank you.
Or the needs.
Well, thank you. Are there other questions from council or the public? Let's go ahead and take a vote on this. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Ms. Niesel,
Yes.
Ms. McKinney,
Yes.
Ms. Pompey,
Yes.
Ms. Pope,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts.
Yes.
Ms. Weaver,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Your motion carries.
And Councilmember Pompey, would you like to introduce the second reading?
For second reading and adoption, an ordinance to make a supplemental appropriation in the Building Capital Reserve Fund for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2026, in the amount of $35,000 for emergency re-roofing of the municipal building to be funded from the city's general fund unassigned cash reserves.
Second.
Ms. Pope has seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Mr. Summerone, you're going to be up there with with your pliers and applying the stuff with Mr. Kim? Or?
You know, I wish, I'm certainly geared up to do it, but sometimes it's best for me to get out of the way, and this is one that I'll get out of the way.
Sounds good. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Niesel,
Yes.
Ms. McKinney,
Yes.
Ms. Pompey,
Yes.
Ms. Pope,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts, Ms. Weaver,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. So next up, other business, item number 15. It's an authorization for the city manager to purchase new fitness equipment for the Greenbelt Aquatic and Fitness Center. Staff recommends that City Council authorize city manager to purchase new Matrix fitness equipment from the Johnson Health Tech North America Incorporated at a price of $46,999.50. The FY '26 replacement fund budget includes $47,500 for new fitness equipment at the Greenbelt Aquatic and Fitness Center. Staff received a quote for 5 treadmills, 4 recumbent bicycles, cycles, and 4 elliptical machines. The quoted amount honors the price based on a writable Fairfax County contract, which Prince George's County is also piggybacking on for fitness equipment pricing. The new equipment will replace items ranging in age from 10 to 23 years old, ultimately lower our repair cost. So, Steve Parks, are you here to speak on this, or? Andrew Phelan?
Good evening.
Good evening. Hey, which pieces of equipment are 23 years old? That's pretty old. The recumbent bikes, right?
We had 6, we're down to 4.
They don't make them like that anymore. Councilmember Pope.
I think Mr. Roberts had his hand up first.
Mr. Roberts.
Yeah.
I was wondering, have we surveyed our customers to see what they would prefer to have at the, as far as equipment?
The recumbent bikes are the biggest thing. We received one in our last replacement that is a step through, which seems to be easier to use for all the participants. So that's the one that we're actually going with. The treadmills are just treadmills. Everyone uses the same one. The ellipticals, we're trying to replace the 4 oldest ones with newer ones that don't require us to plug them into the wall. So they're generated, they have their own power generator. Because we run into issues when we have power surges and it shorts out the boards and we have to have them serviced.
But do we ask our customers what other types of equipment they may want besides those items?
There hasn't been anything specific, but in the biannual winter survey, we have heard that many people are electing to go to other fitness centers simply because they have newer equipment. So nothing in particular.
So newer equipment, but not different.
Correct.
Because I've had some people, talk to me about, why can't we have this type of, different types of equipment?
What's the different types of equipment that you're referring to?
I can't specify, I can't specify exactly what it is, but everybody's got their own ideas about,
Yeah, we
what
haven't gotten
types of things they would like to do.
We haven't gotten any specific requests. This is more of prioritizing our older items that are
Yeah.
costing more and more to repair at this point.
I just want to make sure we're not, losing customers because, maybe other fitness centers have, different types of equipment that they would prefer to have.
And
I don't want to put Steve on the spot. I know we've tried.
I know saying
uh,
different types is kind of,
Right.
not,
I know
not
we've
a good,
tried some,
description, but.
yeah, I know we've tried some other equipment in the past and it just hasn't lasted as long. So
Well, I don't
obviously
mean,
we're
I
trying
don't
to
mean
get,
as far as, manufacturers
Right.
different. I mean, rather having a treadmill, having something else that does the same, works the same muscles, but is a little, different type of equipment. I'm old fashioned. If I go down there, I'm gonna use the free weights, That's all I would need. I don't need.
well, we still have the weight room at the youth center.
At
It's
the youth
probably
center,
the same
yeah.
as when you
Right.
last used it.
Right. Ms. Pope, do you want to make a motion by any chance?
I do in a minute, but I do want to make a few comments.
Please.
Thank you so much. I really, as a frequent flyer in the gym, and I know I see the tape around some of the items, right? And I agree that we need to replace or upgrade our equipment. And I think this equipment that is being upgraded right here is the most used in that gym. I'm in there pretty frequently. So I do appreciate that. I also think that we're well equipped. I think we have a little bit of everything, and I think that's what people like, and that's great, and that speaks to you. I think you know your customer base. Not saying that we couldn't ask if anybody has a different idea or maybe a suggestion box or something. What could we do better, or what different equipment type would you prefer? Or we can always do something like that. I think that's a great idea, or put out a survey. But anyways, yes, thank you so much. One of my questions is the big piece of equipment in the weight room, in the machine, in the workout room. It looks, there is probably nothing wrong with it, but it looks like it's in bad shape. There's a lot of rust around it, and so I'm just wondering if we can maybe polish that up a little bit to make it look a little nicer, or are we going to replace that too?
I jumped right in on that when I first arrived, and it is a sacred cow. That machine is well loved, and the idea of replacing, I think, will create a mutiny among our users.
And every year during shutdown, we do our best to clean it up.
Not to take it out. I'm not saying take it out. Oh my goodness. No. I don't want to start a riot. But just it looks like it needs a little love, if I may say it that way. So, but anyways, I would like to suggest that we or recommend that we allow our city manager to purchase all of this nice fitness equipment at a price of $46,999.50.
That sounds like a motion to me. Is that a
It
motion?
is.
I'll second that. Hey, I have a couple of questions, not too long, but I'm just wondering, the layout of the room where the bicycles are and the rowing machines. You say that we'll have fewer rowing machines. So will the layout change a little bit? Will there be a little more space? It's a little
The layout
cramped
will
there.
stay the same. The bikes that are being replaced are the same size as the ones in there. It has more accessibility. You're allowed to step through them as opposed to trying to step over
Right.
that middle piece.
Right.
The rowers, Andrew wants to knock out the wall and in the weight room and add on to it, but I think that's another project down the road.
That's another
I
story.
hope to be retired by then.
That's a different funding request.
Those rowing machines are sort of connected to a fan or something that goes
They
around.
have a fan on.
So that
Yeah, each
improves
one
the
has a fan on
ventilation.
it.
Does that mean that the ventilation's not going to be as good?
But all the fan does is create resistance. So
Okay, I got it. But on the serious note, a lot of people do workouts and whatnot that are based on their phones. So I think the treadmills are hooked up in such a way that you can plug your phone in and watch a fitness routine, or the bikes or the.
I'm not sure of the components on these consoles,
Uh-huh.
but the Wi-Fi down there, most people, there's space to put your phone and follow along. So.
I can speak to that. There is a USB port for charging purposes only. The more tech you get into equipment, the more problems you're going to have. So we're hoping, things we're ordering can give us another, 15 plus years, like all our other equipment has up to this point.
Sounds good. Any questions online or in the room? In the room here, we've got Mr. Hartman. Do you have a comment?
Michael Hartman, 2 Court Garden Way. In 2021, Planet Fitness opened up their programs for people with disabilities, saying, as a leader in the industry and home of judgment-free zone, it is our mission to provide an inclusive and welcoming environment to anyone who comes through our doors. And I'm wondering if we can make the same statement. And the question I have is any of the equipment you're proposing to purchase usable by people with disabilities?
And the bike room next to the rower set you mentioned, there's an upper body machine that is accessible. The bikes that we have one currently, and the 4 that we're replacing will mimic those. That one has accessibility as in regards to getting on and getting off by having an access, not having a cowwell, as we call it, that you have to step over, and you'll see more tape because it gets broken all the time. All the other machines, the Cybex machines, they have QR codes that allow you to set the machine up to be able to use, especially the one in the weight room in the far corner can be used also.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and take
I do have some specific questions about that.
Oh,
if I
I'm so
could.
sorry, please.
That's
go
okay.
ahead.
You know, accessible equipment includes raised tactile buttons. It includes used audible instructions and feedback for people who are blind. Headphone use to get feedback on during the course of the exercise for speed, time elapsed, etc. And other factors, both for all recumbent bikes, accessible ellipticals, and treadmills. And there are wheelchair users who use treadmills with a special equipment attached to it to allow the wheels to turn without moving forward. And there are a lot of very good pieces of equipment that are specifically designed for people with disabilities that are actually universally designed so that everyone can use it, whether or not they have a disability. And I'd like to know what kind of research was done to look at those kinds of equipments that are universally designed for the fitness center. If we want to make an accessible fitness center, you do it by replacing a piece of equipment with a piece of universally designed equipment. And by the time you finish replacing all of the equipment, you've got an accessible fitness center for everybody to be able to enjoy. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I guess the points that you're bringing up are very, very important, and it would be ideal if every single piece of equipment that we have was fully accessible to everyone. I think there's some trade-offs that have to be made. So could one of you or the city manager maybe speak to some of the accommodations that we make, because we do try and make as many accommodations as we possibly can.
Yeah, it's certainly something we can look into, but I would imagine, you know, in order to have proper spacing and everything, we would probably have to, like the treadmill and elliptical room, for instance, we'd probably have to remove 2-3 pieces of equipment. Just thought, but we can certainly look into it a little more. The thought with this equipment was essentially just a direct replacement of, newer versions of what we already have. But, we're willing to look into what it would take to add some more accessible pieces. I'm sorry?
Will you do that research before the equipment that you're proposing is actually bought? Or are you going to buy this equipment and then wait for the next time, whenever that is, to buy accessible equipment? The time to look for it and to research it and to plan for it is before you buy these 5 treadmills, 4 recumbent cycles, and for elliptical machines. That's the point, is you replace these with accessible equipment. And so you don't keep waiting until the next time. You've proposed it by 13 pieces of equipment, and I don't know whether any of it is accessible to people with disabilities. So I hope that you would just wait and do the research first. And as far as moving the equipment around, I think that you can, there are trade-offs, it's true, but the value of including people with disabilities in your fitness center is very important and may be worth one less piece of equipment or whatever. But if they're all universally designed, then you're not losing equipment. Thank you. Just before you rush into this thing, I would ask the council to hold off purchasing until this research is done.
Thoughts from council? Well, I mean, we could, we've got a two-part motion here. The first is to suspend the rules.
Not for this one, I don't think.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, thoughts, please, council, please share your thoughts.
The budget that is in here is based on not universal equipment. It is based on simply the replacement of what you currently have.
Correct. However, the replacement of the recumbent bikes is accessible equipment. The replacement of the treadmills, I would have to look into. All this research was done by my previous aquatics coordinator, who did all the research, got the contract and everything. I'm just presenting what I was given. I can check into the treadmill, but as Andrew said, you're talking about space and possibly losing one of the treadmills.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think Ms. Niesel.
Ms. Niesel.
Sure, thanks. Since this has come up several times, it's almost, let me backtrack. Our staff, the same way that we don't have a translator on staff, but we have kind of made do with a couple different foreign languages that are spoken by staff members. I don't know that we have anyone on staff who is aware of all of the technicalities around what an actually truly accessible fitness equipment would be. And because we don't have anything such as an accessibility committee to bring that information forward, I can't fault staff for not ahead of time thinking of those things. So I definitely appreciate these thoughts. And it's occurring to me that I think we need somehow to be constantly thinking of these things before these proposals are brought to council. Unfortunately, in this case, I will be voting for this to proceed as is, simply because the space is the hugest limiting factor in so many things here in Greenbelt. And from what I'm seeing online, I have some concerns about, one, this potentially having insurance implications if we start advertising as a fully accessible facility. I think there's a lot of thought that needs to go into this before we start going too far down the path. And I really appreciate you, Mr. Hartman, for bringing it up.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, and I think that's a good point, is that there, I wonder if there are any best practices or guidelines that may be related to exercise equipment that Mr. Hartman might know about that he could pass on, or trainings for that, because it's not, I think it's some of the physicality of like the size of the equipment, but some of the things Mr. Hartman mentioned were things like buttons that were raised buttons, or the ability to speak aloud and rather than having everything be visual displays. And those are features that wouldn't necessarily take up more space. But I think these are, I think there are things that you don't know until somebody asks the question. So I guess my question would be is, how much urgency is there with replacing this equipment? Would it be worth putting it off until our September council meeting and seeing if there might be some, even if it's just this model has raised buttons that are better, or the ability to speak out loud, it's the same size as this model and is approximately the same price, even if it's just determining that. I guess, so how urgent is it that we do this tonight versus now that we're aware of some possibilities, not with taking up more space, but with some of the things that might be just looking at a different model that could have some accessibility features while still fitting in the same space?
Right. I will say that our contract pricing, the contract that we're writing, is only currently valid through September.
Okay, when in
of
September?
this year.
When?
September 30th.
Okay, so we would have time to move it to the September 8th meeting, for example, potentially.
Yeah, but that is, I mean, it is right around the corner. So
Yes, no, I know it's coming soon.
That's the only concern at the moment in that regard.
I guess how much of our equipment does this represent a replacement of? Like, is this a small portion? Because I will confess, I am not a gym person. I don't go to the gym. What percentage of our equipment does this represent
This
replacing?
will replace all of the treadmills and ellipticals with the exception of 2 ellipticals in the elliptical room. We're not eliminating those. It's going to replace 4 of the 5 current recumbent bikes and all of our treadmills.
Okay, so it's a pretty good proportion of, so
Yes.
if we buy this now, we're probably not replacing anything much for the next 15 years, hopefully.
Correct.
Ms. Pope?
Yeah, I think, you know, given the situation, given the conditions of the equipment, I think it would be wise to just replace it. I understand your point, Mr. Hartman, and I appreciate you bringing that up too, and all those things, and Ms. Niesel is correct, you know, you don't think of these things if you're not trained or you're not, you know, focused on that, but we should be, absolutely. But, you know, I know that there's a lot of tape, everything, and a lot of fixing going on this equipment, and this equipment is frequently used every day by many people. So for safety reasons, and I would suggest we're gonna order this, and we're just for the future. And I really don't think that there's nothing on the books for the next 15 years. I mean, I would be very surprised that in the next 15 years, we're not upgrading any other equipment. At least I hope not.
Our rowing machines are so old that neither of us could find record of when they were purchased.
Right. So we really, I mean, the equipment is very old, and you are correct. I hear people as well speaking, you know, well, at the other gym, they have this, or they're going some other places because their equipment is newer and just easier and better to use, right? So I would just say we should replace it. We have the bid, you have it all planned out. This has been in the works for a while, but we do have to be mindful on how we proceed, you know, in the future when we making these purchases. I made a motion, yes, I did.
So here's the thing. I think that being somebody that has used the aquatic and fitness center and fitness wing from time to time, certainly I need to get over there a little bit more often. But the space is very limiting when you talk about the room that the treadmills are in. There's just not a lot of space. In an ideal world, I suppose every single piece of equipment that we have would be universally designed. And a lot of terms have been thrown around here, and I suspect maybe the equipment that you're looking at has actually been universally designed, some of it. So rather than looking for every single piece of equipment to have these features, you know, my thinking is that you would have at least one piece of equipment there that has some of these features that would make it possible for anyone to use the equipment. It's just with the space, it's challenging. So I would be open to holding off until the next meeting to make a decision. But I think there's some very real constraints here that we have to be mindful of, moving in the direction that we council and the public would like to move in. Do you have a sense? People are very willing to ask if something is accessible. So just in terms of our patrons, have you gotten very many requests for accessible equipment?
I have not.
Particularly treadmills and
No,
rowing
I have not
machines
gotten
and-
any requests, written or verbal.
Ms. McKinney, then we'll take a couple, we'll cycle around. Councilmember McKinney.
Yeah, I would agree. If we can possibly do some additional research to make sure we're just doing our due diligence, to see if there is at least one piece of equipment. I understand the space constraints. I also appreciate that you are kind of inheriting the research that was done before. But if we can take the time, and if we do have a little bit of time, I know it's tight, but we have a little bit of time to do that. I think it would be in our best interest to show that we actually are trying to do something proactively versus reactively.
Mr. Fritz.
My question is mostly regarding the contract itself. Is there a possibility that this could be tranched, that maybe you do half of the order, and that gives you time to look at, 2 of the units being more universally designed, place 2 or 3 of the treadmills, and having used the gym for the first time in a long time last week, there's some better treadmills and there are definitely some worse. There's one where it feels like there's a hole in the middle and you're falling into it as you're running, and you probably want to replace at least some of them. But I do think that there might be an opportunity to, and I don't know what, how the scaling works in the contract or the terms, but it doesn't have to be an all or nothing, since this represents such a large part of the overall equipment budget. Is there a possibility of replacing the 2 or 3 worst of each, and giving more time to look at more accessible options, so that you can, use this as an opportunity to get maybe one unit that's more accessible, and then phase in the rest over time. But, it's kind of splitting the difference a little bit. Is that a possibility, so that you don't have this, you're not, you're able to replace some by that September deadline, but otherwise, have more time to research. For the couple of treadmills that I ran on, this week, that one was better than some of the other ones that are there.
Right. Let's see, for the sake of moving this along, I could make a motion to table this discussion until the next council meeting, but I would need a second and we would have to vote on it. There'd be no discussion.
There's a motion on the table and somebody seconded the
I
motion.
believe a motion to table supersedes that.
I would second a motion to table for further research.
Okay, and it's not debatable, so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, we've got one opposition, but, so that's tabled until the next meeting. So I'm sorry, but there's no discussion on a motion to table.
As far as doing research is concerned, you actually do have someone on staff whose responsibility is to research. You have a DEI coordinator, and inclusion includes people with disabilities. So you have someone on staff where this would fall very definitely into that office to do the research on this and to assist the fitness center in that endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so that'll come up at the next council meeting. Item number 16 is authorize the city manager to execute contract for 90% engineering design plans for the Hanover Parkway bicycle facility. So enclosed in the packet for the public and for council is a memorandum outlining the award of the request for proposals for this action. Staff recommends council authorize the city manager to execute a contract for 90% engineering design plans for the Hanover Parkway bicycle facility with Brundis and Associates Incorporated, BAI, at a cost not to exceed $374,194. There is sufficient funding in the FY 2026 Capital Projects Fund to cover the full contract amount. Ms. Ruby, thank you for sticking around for this. So if you could explain what the 90% engineering design threshold really means for this project. We've had the discussions over moving ahead with the Hanover Parkway bicycle facility, the pathway, for quite some time. And it seems like we're edging closer and closer. So what's the significance of the 90% engineering design threshold?
Certainly. So we are currently at 30% engineering. Oftentimes, then you'll go to 60 and 90. So this proposal is to take us to 60 and then also to 90%, which basically means almost permit ready. It'll get us in the position to apply for grant monies for construction, and then to take the plans through the permitting process. 100% is what we would call really after you go through the permitting process and you make all the revisions to the plan that are required from the permitting agency. So this is really substantial engineering.
That's great. And Burtis and Associates, an engineering firm that specializes in these kinds of
They have it.
bicycle.
They do have extensive experience in ped bike planning, and a lot within Prince George's County. So they have established relationship not only with the county agencies, but also with state highways, specifically with District 3 as well, which we think will be invaluable to this project because it does entail working with SHA on the 193 Hanover Parkway intersection.
Right, and what's the time frame once this approval is achieved?
I believe it's based, they indicated a 2-month early delivery. I want to say it's about a 14-month process.
About a year and a
So
half.
within our grant terms.
Right. Questions from council or a motion? I'll actually make this motion to authorize the city manager to execute a contract for 90% engineering design plans for the Hanover Parkway bicycle facility with Brundis and Associates Incorporated, BAI, at a cost not to exceed $374,194. Is there a second?
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem has seconded. Any discussion or questions from council? Anybody online? Have a question in the room, please, Mr. Orleans.
This is an example of how I may question how council and city management uses our money. I don't know that I believe that it's necessary to contract with an entity to design the plan. APP, over the course of the last many, many years, has outlined what the bicycle facility, which is really just road work, sidewalk work, with maybe some added trees and whatnot, would look like. And there's at least one bicycle committee in Greenbelt, affiliated with GHI, but there are a number of bicycle enthusiasts who, along with APB, along with city planning staff, along with city public works staff, could design this ourselves and probably save a couple $100,000. Secondly, when it comes to actually contracting to have the work done, it would seem to me that the city's public works could do the road painting and the curb work necessary for dedicated bikeways, and we could save further money when it comes time for contracting out the actual construction of this facility. In both instances, I think the city management and council should work with residents and existing official committees like APB to do the design and then ultimately the construction work. Very quickly on the previous item, since I wasn't recognized to speak, one
No,
good
if you
suggestion,
could
one
hold
good
your
suggestion
comments
came
to
from
the
council,
the
and that
item
is
that's
that there ought
currently
to
under
be,
consideration. I'd
there ought to
appreciate
be a
it.
group of
Thank you very
people that
much.
council and city management can rely on to discuss disability issues. Once within Greenbelt, where there was the Greenbelt Disability Connection.
Sir.
Sadly, its demise, because many of its
Mr. Orleans,
members have
you're out of
demised.
order.
I would suggest that city management and council look to appoint a
Mr.
group
Orleans,
of residents who will
out of
advocate
order.
on behalf of those with disabilities. Thank you.
So, Ms. Ruby, this idea of doing it ourselves, what do you think?
Well, unfortunately, we do not have an engineer on staff, and there is an extensive amount of engineering involved, and not only engineers, but also geotech. So this contract involves all of the proposals involve subcontractors of geotechnical as well as traffic consultants. We're dealing with grades. We're dealing with accessibility issues, making sure we have the slopes. This is a brand new off-road. It's not a matter of just painting. So in order to get the permits, the stormwater concept approvals and so forth, they require certified engineer plans. And we would certainly want one to ensure that we're meeting all state and county road standards, as well as ADA accessibility standards and pedestrian and bike standards, which are quite technical in nature.
And also, if we wanted to secure any grant funding from any public entity, we would probably need these studies, this
You need the
engineering in
engineering
place.
plans, correct.
Okay. Council, questions? Yes, please.
I just have, this actually, if I can be allowed to win a personal privilege, to Mr. Orlean's second comment about the Community Relations Advisory Board. Actually, part of their responsibility is to serve as the city's Americans with Disabilities Act Compliance Committee to hear complaints from individuals who believe they've been discriminated against by the city on a basis of disability. But it's possible that should we have questions about accessibility, they may be the right committee to refer things to. I just put that out there for the future.
Good point. So if there is no further discussion on this matter, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes. Kenny? Ms. Pompey?
Yes.
Ms. Poe?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Ms. Weaver?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ruby. And that's going to take us to item number 17, which is authorization for the city manager to purchase a new refuge truck to replace the Public Works Case Freightliner with a 25 cubic yard packer. So enclosed in the tonight's packet is a memorandum outlining the recommendation to replace Public Works refuge truck. So staff is recommending the council authorize the city manager to purchase the following. One 2026 Mack LR64BE fully electric refuge truck from Potomac Truck Center, 3371 Kenilworth Avenue, Hyattsville, Maryland, 20781, using Sourcewell contract at a purchase price of $692,529, plus an additional $5,000 for warning lights, city stickering, for a total cost of $697,529. So that's a lot of money, but it's an electric truck. These are kind of hard to come by. Kevin Carpenter Driscoll, I see you're there at the podium. Tell us a little bit about this truck.
Yeah, so this truck is going to replace one of our older units of our refuse equipment. We were able to secure additional funding in the form of a MEA, medium heavy duty zero emission vehicle grant. So the total cost will be reduced by $250,000, which is reimbursed post-purchase.
So it's a match to provide the funding. Other questions? Yes, Councilmember Pompey.
What's the expected life of these electric refuse trucks? I know that refuse trucks do go through a lot. Like they don't have a long life because they undergo such heavy use. So what do you foresee the life of this vehicle?
Yeah, the battery life, as stated from the dealership, was about 10 to 12. Given the regular use that it goes through, which is about where our current replacement lifespan is for these vehicles.
Well, let's see. Are there other questions or comments? Anybody from the public like to remark on this? Mr. Roberts, please.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm going to be voting against this because the main reason is that we're a city that is facing multi-million-dollar deficits. So this is $700,000 is a lot of money for a truck. But, it also, being a professional mechanic, I know that electric vehicles are very much a fossil fuel product. There's no such thing as a zero emissions because everything on that truck has to be created. And it all takes emissions to do that. It all takes fossil fuels. Battery, everything on it, just like a regular truck. Now, you can have a regular truck that puts out very little emissions that will last much longer than an electric truck, because that battery in there, while they may say it has a 12-year lifespan, it's going to drop in the amount of mileage that you will get out of a charge. As that battery ages a little bit, that's going to go down significantly. So it's a little misleading when you say how long that battery's going to last. It might last, 10 or 12 years, but the amount of range that you'll get out of it may be limited. But as I say, it's a fossil fuel guzzler, just like any other big piece of equipment. And I don't think right now our budget can afford this. I think maybe in the future when prices come down on things like this, it may be a good buy for the city. But right now, with the deficit that we have, I don't see this as being a bargain for the taxpayers, the Greenbelt. Thank you.
Councilmember McKinney. Well, Mr. Summerall, did you have, please?
2 questions. Are we at a point now where we have to replace this truck? That's the first question. And then the second question is, I'm sorry, let me, because I know you're going to answer both. Is there a difference, and this is me not knowing anything about vehicles, is there a difference in the availability of an electric truck versus like a hybrid refuse truck? I don't even know if they exist, but I'm just asking the question because I know from at least regular vehicles, hybrid vehicles tend to be a little bit cheaper than full electric vehicles, and you do get some of the environmental benefits from it. So just a question. Yeah.
To answer the first question, yes.
Okay.
Our refuse vehicles are getting to a point where they're need constant repair. This one that's being replaced in particular. So that is important that we do get that replaced so that our crews can maintain operational standards. For hybrid, I have not seen anything on the market like that. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Summerall.
There were 2 items that came up that I can weigh in on. One is on the budget side of things. Part of the budget planning process last year, this was one of the items that we included in the budget, so it is covered through the budget process. We did secure that $250,000, which that $250,000 grant covers the difference in cost from an ICE vehicle, internal combustion engine vehicle, to an EV vehicle. The second part of, from a strategy and goals perspective, this is within the goals that council has set out through its council framework of reducing emissions and the approval of the electrification plan. And the electrification plan that council reviewed and accepted includes electrification of not just vehicles, but also equipment, of making that move towards electrification. So this is, we're fulfilling council's mandate to electrify our fleet.
Yeah, before I call on you, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm just wondering, in the research that we've done, I know that electric vehicles, some of them, have a more difficult time in cold weather. So I'm just wondering, with the research that we've done, what is the impact of extreme cold on a vehicle this large?
So you get a range reduction in colder weather. It's not a battery degradation. Once that weather warms up, the capacity is restored, as I was told by the MEA grant coordinator. So it's not that you do lose a little bit of range when there is extreme cold weather, but the battery itself is still maintaining its full capacity.
Do you know if any of these are in service in the state of Maryland?
Yeah, so this is the same model that was purchased by Hyattsville. Our crews went over and got a demo for that, and that was what led us to the choice of this particular vehicle. And I believe they are working towards their second purchase for a second vehicle.
Mayor Pro Tem?
That seems like a good endorsement. If they like it enough, they're getting a second one. And I can confirm with my own EV that yes, my range is less in the winter than it is in the summertime, although it is a great deal smaller than a trash truck. My my question was basically answered by Mr. Somarone. I was going to ask what the differential, but it sounds like the grant covers the difference. It's a truck we would have needed to replace anyway if the grant covers the difference. So that was going to be my major question. So I'll just say thank you again for looking into this and for forwarding our sustainability goals. Because if you have to make a truck anyway, I'd much rather have us, if we have to buy one and also the manufacturing that goes into it, I would much rather have us using one that is not using all of the diesel fuel. So thank you. But Mr. Summer had asked the question I originally raised my hand to ask. So
Mayor Pro Tem, would you be interested in making a motion on this?
I would
item?
be happy to make a motion. Well, we can still discuss it. Let me make the motion. I move to authorize the city manager to purchase a new refuse truck to replace the Public Works Case Freightliner with a 25 cubic yard packer, one 2026 Mack LR 64BE fully electric refuse truck from Potomac Truck Center, 3371 Kenilworth Avenue, Hyattsville, Maryland, using the Sourcewell contract at a purchase price of $692,529 plus an additional $5,000 for warning lights and city stickers for a total cost of $697,529.
Second.
Councilmember Pompey has seconded. Got Ms. Pope and Dr. Robles. Dr. Robles, I believe you may have been first. Is that okay, Ms. Pope?
Luisa Robles, 32 Ridge Road. I would like to make a point of clarification that even though, yes, you do have to use energy, materials, and produce greenhouse gas emissions when building anything, just our mere existence, is using materials and producing greenhouse gas emissions. The lifetime of the vehicle for electric vehicles, that usage of electricity and greenhouse gas emissions, it's much lower for electric vehicles than for gas vehicles. So just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pope.
I heard the word grant. How much was the grant?
250,000.
Okay, is there anyone online who has a question or a comment, or anyone in the room? Yes. Let's see, let's promote them.
Ms. Bartolomeo.
Yeah, bravo for working towards getting an EV trash truck. The repairs for this is going to be a lot less than a regular trash truck, as mentioned earlier. And I think about the trash men that are on these trucks each day, breathing in the carbon each day as they do their job. So my concern about that. But as Louisa said, that the greenhouse gases will be reduced. And if I'm wondering, are you going to use a level 2 charger? I know cars at EV if you've done appropriately, they can last a long time, and then you can redo the battery as time goes down after it's gone the length of the battery life.
Mr. Summeron, I believe you have a response.
Yes, we will be utilizing an existing level 2 chargers that are available already at the Public Works yard. The team and the Pepco folks have done the load analysis, how much time the truck needs to sit to get a fully charged. Under the level 2 scenario, it would sit between 8 and 10 hours to get a full charge. And our trucks are sitting for 12 hours. So more than ample time to get a full charge from 0 to 100%.
If I could ask, and what is the range? I mean, how long will based on what Hyattsville has observed, how long will a truck run before it needs to be recharged?
Yeah, on its route, it's rated at about 100 miles for doing full load, packing, etc., which is about what our crews do. Not even what our crews do during their regular routes. So as long as
So it's more than
how
100
far they
miles.
have to go to dump, etc., it's well within the range.
See, Mr. Summerall.
One thing I will add that one of we were concerned about the infrastructure buildup for acquiring such large equipment. We were concerned of the need for a level 3 DC fast charger. Fortunately, this truck does not need additional infrastructure built out at the yard. So we'll be able to use the existing chargers at the site.
So it would be parked there, sort of behind the Public Works building or is there an additional charger there?
Are you familiar with where our chargers are now?
That's where the cars are, yes.
Right, so right next to the charger, there's actually a big dump truck that's right next to it. So we would swap out the dump truck that's currently parked there and charge the truck. Is that what we'll do?
Yeah,
Kevin?
logistical shuffling of where things are parked, but it will be accessible to the trash truck there.
I see there are a couple of additional questions. Jay Davis.
Jay Davis, Greenbelt East. I know for many years, while I was in council, I'm glad that council has continued to talk about having more sustainable vehicles. And I know for many years, we asked about the trash truck and larger trucks. When will we ever be able to get an electric vehicle of that huge size? We've had hybrid vehicles for code enforcement and electric vehicles for planning and for some, like that. But it was always said, oh, it's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen because it's just too big a vehicle. And now technology has finally gotten to the point where we can have larger vehicles that are electric. And I know that it just seems very strange that after many years and finally getting a plan of how we're going to do electric vehicles, now members of one member of council, maybe others, are saying, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't have electric vehicles. It sounds like the current administration, unfortunately, that would like us not to have electric vehicles and is doing everything in their power to make sure that it doesn't happen, not funding EV chargers and things like that. So I'm glad that you're going forward, that you have a plan, and that you just talked about adding more EV chargers, perhaps, because the more vehicles, obviously, that we get, we need more chargers to make sure that they are charged and ready to go. And of course, the question is, at what point will the police cars be up for electric vehicles? Now, that's another issue that I'm sure that you'll talk about.
Doing a pilot. The chief said he would.
Don't we have two?
Thank you.
Didn't we authorize purchase for two?
So council authorized the purchase of 3 police vehicles, one of which is the Chevy Blazer police package. So that's been ordered, and we expect that by the end of the year. So you'll see that cruising around.
Mr. Hartman?
Thank you, Ms. Davis, for your support. We appreciate the encouraging words.
Michael Hartman, 2 Court Garden Way. Real quickly, the other lessening of expenses would be in price of diesel and how many gallons do we use. And if you're looking at a cost differential, then that would reduce that differential in addition to what Ms. Bartolomeo said about maintenance. So it's maintenance and fuel, which is greatly reduced for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts?
Well, it does take fuel now to make electricity. In the future, when we have more solar power, which I'm a big fan of, I think solar is the future of if we want to have a future, we're going to have to use solar. But right now, I work on vehicles all the time, and I know what it takes. And to me, the secret to having cleaner air is having less vehicles and smaller vehicles. Because real big trucks like this, they take a lot of energy. And the fact is, electric vehicles require more maintenance, and the maintenance is much more expensive and I agree. Yes, it is. I read, and I know that that's the fact. But forget that. I agree that diesel should be scrapped. That should be tossed in the dustbin. because diesel is horrible. But I see a company out there that has natural gas powered refuse trucks. I see them going down the highway and they're very clean, very clean. There's no emissions coming out of those trucks. Not only they have natural gas, but they use a scrubber that scrubs it out and all that stuff. So they're very clean. And the fact is, that's what we're using to make the electricity that's going to drive this truck. It's natural gas, it's oil, and it's coal. Right now is the major, and we're having an we are going to have electricity crisis because everything wants to go electric, and then we don't have the capacity out there.
Getting a little
So
off
we're going to have
topic.
to build more power plants. Now people are talking about we need to build more nuclear power plants, which scared the hell out of me.
Let's talk about the motion
I
on
don't,
the
I
floor.
hate, to even talk about nuclear, but that's what we're talking about. I look in Virginia, they have, facilities that are 22 million square foot, for all the computer stuff. Those are the things that we need to change. And
Thank you.
we can,
Appreciate it.
There's
Councilmember
much
Pompey.
better ways to get clean vehicles. For instance, the fuel cell vehicle is just as clean as it is an electric vehicle.
Appreciate it, Mr. Roberts. We
But
really
it
need
doesn't
to move
require
this
the
along
batteries
if we're
that,
going to wrap
that
up
this
around 10 o'clock.
requires. So there's a lot to it,
Not
and you
trying
need to
cut you off, but,
understand
Mr.
everything that's
Roberts,
involved.
Okay, Councilmember Pompey, Councilmember Pope.
I just wanted to first thank Ms. Bartolomeo for her comments about our city staff who have to ride on the diesel trash trucks, because there is a lot of evidence about the poor health effects from riding in diesel vehicles. They've done studies on, school children who ride diesel buses, and it's very well known that there's a lot of ill health effects to that. And that's not, and while I was very familiar with the studies on, children in the school buses, which is one reason that lots of school systems are moving toward electric buses for their fleets, I hadn't really considered that for our staff. So I thank her for bringing that up. I just, something that I need to be more mindful about. And I also just want to thank Dr. Robles for her expertise and for sharing her knowledge about what it would mean to electrify our fleet and the benefits to our community and our city. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pope?
Yes, I think we all agree that we've been talking about electric vehicles for a long time and in all kinds of sizes, small and large. And I think we were one of the first ones that had a little electric car going around the lake and picking up trash. That was some years ago, so we were very much on the forefront. And I just returned from Europe, and there's a lot of electric buses, a lot of these things are happening, and they come at a steep price, right? So, $697,000 for a truck is nothing to sneeze at, but I also appreciate the $200,000 in grant money, which makes this pain a little easier, yeah? But I also, when Mr. Roberts speaks, I think there's some things that he's not wrong. I think there's some truth to some of the issues with the batteries and such things. And I'm no expert at this, but these are the things that I heard many times. So I think there might be a little truth to it. But I also think, and thank you, Ms. Davis, for being such a trooper and supporting this, yeah. But I also think that we should be able to say and explain ourselves without being compared to the current administration. I think that was uncalled for.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to go ahead and call the vote. Madam Clerk, can you please?
Ms. Niesel?
Yes.
Ms. McKinney?
Yes.
Ms. Pompey?
Yes.
Ms. Pope? Mr. Roberts? Ms. Weaver?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
The motion passed 6-1.
Okay, one in opposition. Okay, thank you, Mr. Carpenter Driscoll. Appreciate you. So that's going to take us to item number 18, which is authorization for the city manager to purchase a new public works case loader. So in the packet tonight is a memorandum outlining the recommendation to replace the public works case loader. So the recommendation is to authorize the city manager to purchase One 2026 case loader, 72721G from GT Mid-Atlantic LLC, 6300 Crane Highway, Upper Marlboro, 20772, using Sourcewell contract at a purchase price of $279,157.75, including warning lights and city stickering at $500 for a total of $279,657.75. So Brian Townsend was with us this evening. Thank you for sticking around. Exactly what's a case loader? I was asking the city manager before. I'm going to ask again.
So it's also known as a front-end loader. It's a large piece of machinery for lifting large amounts of debris, dirt, concrete, asphalt. We mainly use it with our salt bins, and during emergency situations, we've used it like if trees fall across the roads, we just pick it up and we can move it right out of the way if it's able to do it. We also use it at our recycling facility up at Northway, where we take all our mulch and our compost and we push it up, and we have the tub grinder, or the tub grinder come out and it does that work with it. So it works with all of that. This particular model is a 2008, and it's seen its time at this point in time. Working with salt and everything, it's kind of rusting out and in need of replacement.
So this vehicle is on the replacement schedule, and we budgeted for it, planning to
Correct.
replace it this year. Yeah, it's a diesel truck, though, right?
Yeah, it's hard to follow back up after talking about electrical vehicles, and yeah. But we did look into that. We wanted to follow that, and we actually went to a company. It's called Heavy. And so they were out. We went out there and looked at it. The mechanics, us, a few other people. Looked at the machinery and stuff. We just found that it wasn't able to. Most of it was plastic. It wasn't very hard steel like the other one was. So the things that we needed for it wasn't able to be used in that condition.
Okay, so bottom line is you looked at some other alternatives and they didn't really meet the needs. And this is immediate replacement for something that we've been planning for. So would someone like to make a motion? So, Councilmember Pompey.
Sure. First, I just want to say thank you for looking at the alternate options. I just really appreciate that you did that. And I understand that not every type of vehicle is where we need it to be so that we can electrify everything yet. Hopefully someday we'll get there, but thank you for looking into that. And then I will recommend that council authorize the city manager to purchase one 2026 case loader 721G from GT Mid-Atlantic LLC, 6300 Crane Highway, Upper Marlboro, Maryland, using Sourcewell contract at a purchase price of $279,157.75, including warning lights and city stickering at $500, for a total of $279,657.75.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Niesel has seconded. Discussion, Mr. Roberts?
How many hours are on the current machine you have?
That I do not know what the hours are.
You said it was a 2008?
Yeah, it's 2008.
2008 machine. Yeah. This machine should last us indefinitely, because the use that I see it being put under in the city, I would call light duty use for a machine this size. I see machines out on the job sites that are really working hard, and they last a long time. As you said, the older machines are thick, heavy steel, and it's just a matter of maintaining them. So this machine should last way longer. There's no reason, especially if you don't even know the hours on the machine. I'll bet it doesn't have any more than maybe 3,000 hours, because it's only running around the city here. And a machine like that can go easily 10,000 hours, even if it's being beat up. So, like I said, all of this is fine to buy. But when we're facing the deficit that we're facing, and you know what? A lot of people in this town and in this state would like to continue living here. And if we keep spending money like we're spending it, a lot of us aren't going to be able to live here, because we're being taxed to death to pay for all the stuff. And I work in an industry where in the private sector, people fix stuff and they keep it for a long time. When we get rid of the existing refuse truck, I guarantee you, someone's going to buy that truck and they're going to use it for years to come. So it's still going to be out there pumping out diesel fuel, diesel fumes. Let's not, believe it's not going to, because all the private companies out there, that's what they do. Unless it's a, really big company that buys, new trucks all the time. But most of the small refuse people and the construction people and all that, they buy equipment and they make it last a long time. Because that's the only way they can make money. Fortunately, I work on the stuff, so it kind of helps me. But yeah, I'd like to see a lot of that stuff go away because I don't think we really need as much as we have out there. But this is unnecessary, unless you can tell me or show me that this thing has an excessive amount of hours on it. There's no way I can vote for this considering our budget the way it is. We can't just keep spending money the way we are.
Thank you. So, Mr. Townsend, just in terms of the lifespan of the proposed vehicle that we are considering, about how long would you expect it to last?
The new one?
Yes, the new one.
So this last one was supposed to be for last year's budget, so we put it off 1 year. So I would say that about the same span for a lifespan.
Are we having maintenance challenges with the current vehicle, even though it's at its life
Yes,
expectancy?
there's been quite a few maintenance challenges. Most of it's just because of the nature of the beast. Working with the salt, it has a lot of rust on the vehicle itself. So those things are, repairing it, body work. It's not, you can't really do body work on a machine that's that big and have it stable.
Okay. Any questions, additional thoughts from council or from the public? Anybody online? Anybody in the room like to make a comment? Mr. Summerone or staff, anybody else want to make a comment on this? Okay, well, let's go ahead and take a vote. Madam Clerk?
Niesel,
Yes.
Ms. McKinney, Ms. Pompey, Ms. Pope, Mr. Roberts,
No.
Ms. Weaver,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
The motion carries
The motion
6 to
carries.
1.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're at number 19, and this is the second half of the issue about the roof here in the municipal building. Authorization for the city manager to approve the repair of municipal building roof. Enclosed in the packet tonight is a memorandum outlining the request for a re-roof project. Staff recommends awarding the project to Crowley Construction, the city's primary contractor for emergency roof repairs. Crowley Construction is included on the city's negotiated purchase list and has consistently demonstrated satisfactory performance on past projects. So staff recommendation is authorizing the city manager to approve and execute the re-roof project as outlined in the memorandum for an amount not to exceed $34,650. And Brian Kim, who is our Director of Public Works, is with us tonight. Welcome, Brian. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this re-roofing project, Crowley Construction, did they, are they the ones that did the current roof construction?
That's correct. They're our main roofing contractor for emergency response. They also completed the Greenbelt Aquatic Fitness Center about 6 years ago. They also completed a patch on this particular building as well.
Right. So did they have to come out and inspect the project, or were they able to kind of produce a quote just based on their previous experience and hourly estimates and whatnot?
So they're very familiar with the building. They are ready to mobilize within 2 weeks. And the project will take about a week.
About a week?
Yes.
When you re-roof a roof like this, does it take a little while for it to set? I mean, is it like tar or something, a rubberized comp? I mean, is it still soft, or how does that work?
So it is weather dependent, but it's relatively fast.
Councilmember Pope.
How long is it gonna take? I'm sorry, I
1
may
week.
have missed it. 1 week?
2 weeks to mobilize. So if I give him notice to proceed tomorrow morning, he needs about 2 weeks to get his staff in order, and then 1 week to complete. So within
good.
3 weeks.
All right, okay, thank you.
And will that have an impact on the utilization of the room? City manager have to move outside or downstairs for a while by the vending machine?
No, well, we'll have some traffic disruptions, parking there, materials and vehicles and workers coming in. But we have plenty of parking space
Right.
around the building.
2 weeks, that's going to take us right into Labor Day.
I think we need to work around that challenge, but
Exactly.
Yeah.
We can push.
Okay, someone want to make the motion?
Sure. I
Councilmember Newsom.
recommend that, or I would move that council authorize the city manager to approve and execute the re-roof project as outlined in the memorandum with Crowley Construction, the city's primary contractor for emergency roof repairs, in the amount not to exceed $34,650.
Second.
Ms. Pope is seconded. Is there any discussion? Further discussion? Anybody online? Anybody in the room? If not, let's go ahead and take a vote. This is an emergency repair. So, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Niesel?
Yes.
Ms. McKinney?
Yes.
Ms. Poppy? Ms. Pope? Mr. Roberts? Ms. Weaver?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Motion carries. Let's see, it's about 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kim, appreciate you so much. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items to deal with. Is it council's will that we address all of these items, or is there anything that we can move to the next council meeting?
So, because otherwise you're gonna lose me, because it's like 4 a.m. for me right now.
Well, I would just mention that the discussion on the public comment period for the USDA proposed department reorganization, we should probably address that tonight because the comment period is open now. And I believe it might be closed by the time we get to our next council meeting. So I would just recommend that if we're going to move things, that not be something we move, because if we don't decide about that now, we won't have an opportunity.
Okay, well, would you like to special order that so that it's next up on the agenda?
Sure, that'd be great. I'd like to special order, do I have to make a motion?
Yes.
Yeah, I move that we special order item number 23, discussion on USDA public comment period on proposed department reorganization plan. Special order it to, where am I going to do that? To item 20.
In front of item 20.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Niesel has second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. So, Councilmember, as you just said, the USDA public comment period on the proposed department reorganization plan that's been put forward by the administration, the comment period is open. It is going to be open for a couple of weeks. What's the closing date on the?
August 26th.
August 26th. So we do need to adapt on this pretty quickly. Our residents have actually, based on the large town hall meeting on BARC that took place a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, there was some additional thoughts that were forwarded today. Councilmember Pompey or other members of council, how would you like to respond? I think that we should incorporate the viewpoints put forward by our residents, both in the written notes that were submitted at the end of that town hall session, as well as the email that came through today. I'm not sure that all of council has had an opportunity to review the email, but there were some specific recommendations about comments. Would you like to speak to this, Ms. Pompey?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to bring this up because I wanted to authorize staff to draft a letter for us. I think I've seen some language floating around that has been proposed by residents, and as you said, we have a lot of resident comment so that we can sort of weigh in on how the closure of that facility would have a direct impact here in our community. I think it's really important that they hear that from us. I know a lot of the rationalization around them closing it has to do with cost of living in the DC metro area, but cost of living in Greenbelt is actually one of the lower costs of living in the DMV, which is still expensive, but it's less expensive than other areas. So I think,
You may.
I think, And just also mentioning that it is a research facility and they do very specialized research there that cannot necessarily be replicated in other places in this country. So, and the disruption to that research as well, moving it would cause a huge disruption to that research.
Yeah, you can't move a longitudinal study on food safety in a field that's right there in Bark.
And
So-
we have lots of farms here in Maryland, in the Eastern Shore, in Northern Prince George's County, in Southern Prince George's County that rely on the work that BARC does.
Very much so. So let's
Anyway,
would you like to make that motion, and so then we can have additional comment? But
Sure.
yeah, please.
So I move that the council authorize city staff to prepare public comment on the proposed department, the proposed FDA department reorganization plan on behalf of council.
Yeah, I'll second that. So discussion, Mr. Roberts?
A lot of what you said, I totally agree with. Especially the fact that we have experiments that have been going on for 100 years cannot be replaced. I mean, you just can't. But I think the first thing we need to do is understand what this plan is and what it means. Because I haven't really seen any comprehensive, anything that really tells me exactly what they plan on doing. I've read several different versions of what might happen. And, it may take years for them to do what they're going to do. So I think the first thing we need to do is we need to really sit down and research what exactly they want to do so that then we can come up with better arguments, opposing what they want to do. And at the same, I have a item on the agenda that is similar to this. I think that could go along with this, and it has to go along with this. Because I guess I won't talk about that right now because it didn't come up. Would have been nice if we had just combined them and we could talk about both of these issues, because what I want to do and what I've been trying to do for many, many years is come up with a way to actually preserve the BARC property. And the only way I see of doing that is to try, and whether the council wants to do it or not, I'm going to do it. We need to try to have BARC designated, not only BARC, but NASA and Patuxent Wildlife, parts of the Secret Service property that are still forested. As I said, NASA, all the forested areas back there, we have over 20,000 acres of land that needs to be preserved. And the only way I see of doing that right now is through a national park designation, because I look at what this administration's doing, and they're trying to get rid of everything, but they're not getting rid of the national parks. They may be cutting the staff, they may be cutting the resources, but they're not trying to get rid of them. They're not trying to sell them off.
Mr. Roberts, can we kind of move through this item quickly so we can circle back?
I think I'm talking about this item.
So do you think that's something we should put in the
Because
letter?
I think these are
In
both.
the comments?
Yeah, well, I think these are both part and parcel. We have to have arguments why they should not do what they're going to do, and we have to have arguments for what should be done, because we can have a national park that is focused on farming and research on farming. And that would be a unique thing in our national park system. So we need to put these two issues together.
Okay.
Because there's not one answer to saving this property out here. And to me, if we want to have a future, if we want to get rid of the emissions, we want to clean our air, we have to protect these forested areas. Because that's what's given us oxygen to breathe on this planet. So we need to put these together.
Well, I think designation of national parks is by Congress or the president, and this letter is to the USDA. So I'm not sure that it's particularly helpful to suggest in this particular letter in the comment period, just because they're pretty different entities that doing it. I think that might need to be a separate action if we want to push for that.
The USDA is not deciding what's going on out there.
Well, I
let's see.
don't think the current administration is going to designate park as a national park either.
Did. Mr. Summerall?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The document that the USDA is requesting feedback on is the relocation plan. It's a very short, surprisingly very short document. It's only 5 pages. The most significant elements of the plan that leave room for comment are what is section 4, the key pillars of their decision making. There are, I have the document up. There are 8 sections to that document. The vast majority of it just outlines the authority under which the USDA is doing this, how they're carrying it out. But the items that I've focused on reading and analyzing are this section 4 that contains the pillars.
You know, I think time is short. I think that we can craft a letter. I'm not sure how impactful the letter is going to be, but we need to get something in there for the record. So I fully support the motion to have staff write up a letter. And I think that we should utilize the input that we've gotten from the town hall. And I'm sure that they have another meeting coming up in about a week and a half. So let's go ahead and do that. How soon do you think you would be able to have a draft for us to review and augment if necessary?
I'll work with the team with, we have comments ready to go. I think the challenge is going to be that the comments, can they be specifically tailored to make a sound argument against the principles outlined? And for the benefit of the public, I'm looking at the principles outlined, and I'll read them out loud because they're really short. Principle 1 states, ensure size of USDA workforce aligns with financial resources and priorities. Principle 2, bring USDA closer to customers by relocating resources outside of the national capital region. Principle 3, eliminating management layers and bureaucracy. Principle 4, consolidate support functions. Those are the principles. That's what they outlined the relocation restructuring plan. So our responses, I think, will be limited to what is in the relocation plan because that's what they're allowing comment on. Obviously, there are more issues involved, but I think just hearing from Councilmember Pompey, the summary that she provided specifically addresses the issue, the principles that that is the basis of their restructuring plan.
So let's draft a letter.
Do we need to vote?
Let's vote on it, but there's some more comment. There's public comment. I think a couple of individuals from the public would like to comment. Mr. Roberts, you have more to add?
Yeah, I think we need to keep in mind that these principles aren't really coming from the USDA. They're coming from the administration down in DC. So it could be a moving target, but I agree that we have to respond to them in the best way that we can. So I hope we can do that. But we have to keep in mind that this is not the USDA speaking. This is other people that they just want to close the place down, period. So I'll have more discussion when we get to
Okay, thank you. And
the issue that I put on.
I'd like to point out it's not just down in DC, it's coming from the executive branch mostly. So public comment, Mr. Orleans, Ms. Davis, please.
Thank you, and let me say that I agree with the mayor. I don't know how impactful anything we might say on this subject will be, but we should try. During the Senate Agricultural Committee hearing, there were several members of that committee, Democrats, who were critical of the fact that the secretary had made this announcement without any consultation with Congress, or certainly with the Senate Ag Committee. And it was stressed by the deputy secretary that the 30-day period of comment was consultation. Unfortunately, the secretary made her announcement the day after the Speaker of the House took the House into recess. So there's no process for the House to, unless he were to call them back, but that's not going to happen. There's no process for the House itself officially to consult on the secretary's proposal. Individually, they may say something, but a majority of them individually probably like the idea of moving Bark west and south. I would suggest that the letter should ask for, from the secretary, because the House is out of session, an extended period of time beyond 30 days for the House to come back and hold a hearing, at least a hearing, and also to gather other public comment. And the letter, while I'm certainly unfamiliar with MML's process, the letter should go to whatever executive committee of the MML exists so that they can circulate it and make a decision to join the letter. And since there are municipalities in District 1 on the shore, that might influence, possibly, probably not, but possibly Andy Harris to show some gumption and join the delegation's effort to turn back the secretary's decision.
Well, thank you very much. I do agree that the letter should ask for an extension of the comment period. I think that's a reasonable thing to ask for. Ms. Davis?
Jay Davis, Greenbelt East. Thank you, Ms. Pompey, for bringing this up, because I think this is something the council should weigh in on, and probably someone else on council would have brought it up as well, because this is obviously affecting us. We have a lot of folks that work at Bark, and the idea that they would have to relocate their families to go somewhere else to start doing research, when, as someone mentioned, those projects have been going on for years. And you just can't replicate that. And I know that over the social media, the email, a lot of points have been brought up that we can certainly incorporate into the letter. You just have to kind of look around, that they're there. And so I'm glad that we're doing that. But I'm also concerned if council needs to also start worrying about weighing in on Goddard, because that's the other part of our green belt. I think it was just over this weekend that I heard, maybe every council knows this as well, they're going to close the visitor center. They're going to close the cafeteria. They're going to close the recreation facilities. They're going to close quite a bit of Goddard. And that is the first step of dismantling it and moving everybody to Houston, Texas. So we need to also be very, very aware of that, and we need to watch. I don't even know if there's ways, or there's probably no hearings on this. It's just going to happen. And all of a sudden, that will be something that we will have to be very concerned about. Also, and I'm sorry if I brought up a reference to the current administration in my remarks. I am now a private citizen. I can say what I wish here at the podium. But a lot of the problems that we are experiencing, the stress, is because of the current administration. So please allow me to have an opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we need to go ahead and take a vote. There's one, so I think we've given the city manager some direction on the content of this response, particularly to the 4 pillars, asking for an extension. So I do want to vote to authorize the city manager and the staff to come up with a letter draft. I do think we need to check in with our partners, particularly in College Park. In fact, during the meeting, I got a call from the mayor of College Park, and I wasn't able to talk with him, but it could be on this very same topic. So perhaps our comments could be combined with College Park or our partners in the 4 cities. But regardless, I think we should go ahead and draft the letter now and be ready. So, yeah, Mr. Roberts?
I think one thing we should be cognizant of is what they want to do legal. So I think we do need to have some kind of legal reviews from whether it's Jill Grant or some other firm that can review this and tell us, because that's what our representative said when they came here. And they said in their letter that they read at that meeting the other day, that they think, most of this is not legal. So we need to take that into account, because we need to make them go through the legal process, not just make things up as they go.
Yes. So there's a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion to draft this letter, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Let's see, I guess we can go back to working through there. I was trying to be cognizant of Councilmember Niesel's time commitment. Are you able to hang in there with us for a little bit longer?
Yes, I
Oh.
feel bad for the elections committee that's been online.
Okay. Okay, so item number 20 is discussion of the referendum questions for the 2025 City Council election. The Board of Elections has prepared draft referendum questions for council review concerning potential charter amendments to, 1, change council terms from 2 years to 4 years, 2, divide the city into voter districts, and 3, adopt ranked choice voting. Enclosed in council's packet are the proposed 2025 city referendum questions for placement in the November 4th, 2025 election ballot. Council is asked to review, discuss, and provide direction on finalizing these questions. So there it is. Is Steve Gilbert still on?
Yes,
the,
Mr. Mayor, he's online. He's been,
I am so sorry.
he's
I
been
would've
hanging in
thought-
there.
yeah.
Chair, Mr. Gilbert from Board of Elections is online.
Mr. Gilbert, are you there? Can I promote you to speak?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, I am so sorry. I would have moved this up.
That's quite all right. I followed with all of the various items you've been going over.
So do you want to give us a quick summary of your the deliberations of the Board of Elections in drafting these questions?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was basically ready to answer questions that council members may have, but I would simply point out that you have these 3 questions: the 4-year term, the districting, and ranked choice. And council members should note that aside from the fact that these are different subject matters, obviously, the choices you're giving the voters are not straightforward in all of the questions. So the first question, changing council members' terms from 2 years to 4, is straightforward. I think voters will understand that pretty well, and they can vote that up or down. The districting thing is a lot less clear, and we can't make it any more clear than we did. At the moment, the council has, the city has 1 district and 7 representatives. And if the council decides to amend the charter to create districts, then you can divide the city into 2 districts, 3, 4, 5, up to 7. The voters won't have too much of an idea of what they're voting on when they address this question. But at least, it gives them some idea in the language that we proposed. The third question, the ranked choice, I'm kind of afraid that, we did the best we could to kind of explain things briefly in the question we drafted. But we don't have an infinite amount of space, and it's difficult for somebody who doesn't know about the concept already. It's difficult for them to read the question and understand, what they're voting on. In particular, as we tried to point out at the work session, in particular, the threshold, of course, now is 40%. We have 1 district in Greenbelt, and you have to get 40% in order to get on the council. If we change that to if we go to a ranked choice system, then the threshold is not going to be 40%. It's actually going to be 12.5%. Explain that in the we couldn't explain that in the question the way it's presented, but I'm sort of afraid when this question is presented on the ballot, I'm sort of afraid that, number one, a lot of people won't understand it, and so they won't vote. And two, those who do vote will not necessarily understand what they're voting on. And then thirdly, and we've mentioned this before, in our elections, of course, we have fewer than 20% participation. At the moment we have roughly, with the County Board of Elections, we have roughly 14,000 voters because, they don't take people off the list when they move out. So we have 14,500 registered voters, and we will get fewer than 3,000 in this election. So when you have with a question like ranked choice, when you have a question which is hard for people to understand, and then they're voting, so some won't vote because they won't understand it, but those who do vote won't necessarily understand what they're voting on. And if the question passes, let's say 52% to 48 or something like that, it will not really represent a mandate for or against the question, if you understand what I'm suggesting. So that I would just suggest to the council members that they keep these things in mind. You have the three questions. You have the choice of not putting them all on the ballot. Or you can, in the interest of time, I guess everybody will just want to vote them up or down. But if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
No, I appreciate your sharing the thought process with you. And I think the points that you're bringing up are very, very important, particularly this thought about what constitutes a mandate. Of course, these are advisory questions. So in the past, when we have placed advisory questions on the ballot, what has the thinking been about what would be a meaningful response? Because I'm concerned this is a lot to bite off. The three questions, we talked about it before, and the idea of three questions came up. But this is a lot for to be considering all at once. So I'm just asking. So, do you have a sense with past advisory questions? What was the thinking in terms of what would be a meaningful response?
The last one, if you remember, was non-citizen.
Mm-hmm.
And that passed roughly 52 to 48, 53
No.
to 40%.
I thought it was higher than that.
And the proponents of that issue, the ones in favor of non-citizen voting, argued that the voters had overwhelmingly approved the question. And
Right.
that was at best an exaggeration, So in this case, you have three very different questions, and you do not, of course, have to submit any of them to the voters, because it will ultimately be up to the council members what to do with the issues, regardless of what the voters say. But so the last time this came up was non-citizen voting, and of course that was approved by the voters, those who voted, and then it was approved by the council. I would point out that even though there was in that question and that issue, even though there was arguably a mandate, to approve non-citizen voting, we do not yet have, in the middle of August, we do not yet have any non-citizens who have registered to vote.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see, Mr. Roberts.
I think that two of the questions, the ranked choice voting and the districts, the only way to get a true idea of the voters' intent is to have a standalone referendum where you have extensive discussion of the issue and you nail down exactly how it work and make sure that everyone understands what they're voting for. I think that's really the only way you're going to get a true representation of what the citizens would like. But I want to add a fourth question, and it's very straightforward, just like the do you want to have 4-year terms, and that is would the voters support having a revolving chair or a revolving mayor? Because in my opinion, that would be the most important thing that we could do to change our system. Because let's face it, everybody that runs for council and gets elected, or most people, they want to be the mayor. And that drives a lot of bad stuff that happens. Everybody wants to get ahead of the next guy. So they're always fighting, this and that. If you have a revolving chair, everyone that gets elected knows that they're going to get a chance to lead the council. And you're going to get rid of the opportunity for one person to sit in that chair for a long period of time and have an undue influence on both the city manager and the city staff. And that's the most important thing. I think we really need a revolving chair that will get rid of a lot of the heartbreak and a lot of the infighting that goes on in politics. Because then you don't have to fight to get there. Everybody gets a chance, and it's a fair system. You don't have to spend $1 million, on your campaign thinking that it's going to get you to mayor.
Dollars.
Well, whatever it is, some people are spending a lot of money. That's the question I want to ask. And that's straightforward. People can understand that. Do you want a revolving chair? Or you can call it whatever you want, revolving chair, revolving mayor, whatever it is. But I think that's an important thing for this council to adopt.
Well, thank you. I just want to say I pride myself in spending as little money as possible on my campaigns. That's something I take a great deal of pride in. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Gilbert, I was looking up the referendum results from the non-citizen voting, and I think it was actually much more decisive than that. Because the results in the news review say it was 1,580 yes to 793 no, which, doing some math, that's 66% yes, 33% no if you count just the people who voted. If you include everybody, including those who didn't vote, then it's more like 60% yes, 59%, and so 41. So I think that was actually a little bit more decisive than you may be remembering in terms of the...
Thank you. The thing about that is it's still only about 2,400 votes.
Well, no, and that's totally true. I mean, that's still 1,580 people of the 25,000 Greenbelters affirmatively saying in support of this. I think the problem is that we still hear, even though we don't necessarily get the turnout we might like in elections, we still hear more from people during elections than we do through any other means. So I guess I agree with you about the limitations, that we're not hearing from everybody, but we're hearing from more people than we do through any other means. So I would argue that we haven't figured out a better way we haven't managed to actually talk to all 25,000 Greenbelt residents in any way, or even if we count the registered voters, the 14,000 or so that are registered voters. So I think it's still worth asking the question, even though we know, because it gives us more information than we have in any other way.
Yeah, I guess I was simply asking, what is the quality of the information you're getting?
Let's see, Ms. Pope.
Yes, so that would have been my question too. Is it how good is the information we're getting if we already know that these two questions are concerning, and we may get false results because, like it was already said, people may not quite know what it means or they think what it means. I mean, it's a very, if we have questions on a ballot, I think it should be a clear question that people know what it says and can clearly say yes or no.
Councilmember McKinney?
Are there any like character limitations in how many characters you actually put on the ballot?
No,
No, we have to do it in English and Spanish, but we have, we have two sides of the ballot. So one side is the candidates, and we can also, you have the candidates, and we also can put a couple of the shorter questions on that one side, and then on the back, you have a lot of space to have a fairly long question.
Just if you don't mind a follow-up to that, I think I think that the last question is going to be the most difficult to understand. And we have to figure out how we can do some education before it probably goes on the ballot, or people may not really understand what they're voting on. I do think if we are going to put it on the ballot, there are probably ways that we can streamline just basic language to make it a little bit more clear. I appreciate it is difficult to try to narrow that down into something that's cohesive and that says it. So maybe we can give you some, and we can all talk about what some additional language might be. Like, I'm wondering, even if doing it in bullet points, and I don't know if you can do bullet points on the ballot or not, might actually break down the language easier so that people can see, okay, point one is this, point two is this, because usually when you have it in a paragraph form, it makes it more difficult for somebody to actually understand the content of what's in there. So I'm just wondering if there are things that we can do structurally to make it a little bit easier to comprehend, in addition to what could be our plan for educating our residents before this goes on the ballot and before they vote on it, so they understand it.
Councilmember Pompey?
To Councilmember McKinney's vote, to her last point about voter education, I know while we were at the MML conference, several of us met with the ranked choice voting organization, and they had expressed that they would be willing to do some voter education around this. So that might be something that would be helpful. I mean, obviously they probably have a very good idea of what they're doing and how to get the word out, and probably have materials. They would probably do a campaign about it. So I think that it might be worth just reaching out to them and seeing what they would consider doing if this were on the ballot.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor, the only thing about that is that the organization we're talking about, and I know what this organization is not neutral. In other words, their so-called education will be advocacy.
That's correct. Councilmember Niesel?
Thank you. I was wondering if on the ranked choice voting question, it was required that we add the 40% threshold. It just seems like it's a secondary question. And if ranked choice voting does get approved, it would obviously follow that that percentage would have to fall. So isn't that something that council could then choose to amend in the charter without the referendum specifically? I'm trying to find ways that we can make this a little clear, because obviously, yes, for all of this, we will need a good deal of education, but we can also perhaps clarify a bit by cutting that question down.
I think that all three of these questions would need some additional explanation if we're really looking to get a clear sense of what our voters are advocating for. I think that we've had a lot of discussion about ranked choice voting, and it seems, I guess we talked about it 2 years ago. So I would like to try and pose this to the voters, but it is very complicated. Just trying to say what it is that we are trying to do. But I agree that by bringing in the organization, they're passionate. They're definitely advocating for the implementation of ranked choice voting in Greenbelt. I think most of us have spoken with them, and they make great choices. Great, just in terms of explaining, trying to simplify it. I guess they've implemented this in Washington, D.C. I believe they're having the first election with ranked choice voting this year. Or they just had it with the referendum. Is that correct? Does anyone know the answer to that?
Yeah, I can address that. Um, yeah, I think the District of Columbia is going to try to use this. Um, they use ranked choice for individual offices. In other words, they don't have on your ballot when you're ranking the choice the candidates. You're only electing one person, either the mayor or your district person, your district 8 or whatever district you're in. And ranked choice works very well when there's only one office to be chosen. It works far less well when there's a bunch of candidates for a number of offices.
Okay. I just think that the it's a lot. It's almost too much. I mean, between the three questions here, it's just like totally changing around the way that Greenbelt would run its elections. It's a lot. So in the past, Steve, how many referendum questions have we had in any one year on any one ballot?
Yeah, I can't remember ever having more than one. I could be wrong, as the Mayor Pro Tem has indicated. I'm not necessarily a good person to remember what happened in past elections, but we don't we don't bring these questions to voters that often.
I just don't try to remember, I just look in the news review.
Yeah, well, you'd think if I was actually involved in the election, you would think I would remember that it was like 60-40 as opposed to 52-48.
Yeah, I can only remember one question at a time. Mr. Roberts, do you remember, has there been a time when there have been more than one ballot question on a ballot? And I'll ask Jay Davis, since she's here in the room, and Ms. Pope as well.
Yeah, I think there's been many times when there's more than one ballot question. But I have another comment. I think that we need to get away from this thought that, we only have a 22% turnout, because the 14,000 voters that the county tells us we don't have. And if you look back just before we adopted the county ballot, or, the county registration list, we showed like a 60% turnout in one of our elections, 60%, because we only had 3,000 people shown as voters. And that was a true number, because you registered with the city, and, so it was a true number. And what we have now are really not true numbers. So I think it's kind of misleading. But before I go, I want to make a motion to include a revolving chair on the ballot, as a question.
We are meeting next week and we can draft one.
Not hearing a second on that, perhaps there will be one. But I did want to, just as a point of information, I wanted to ask Ms. Davis if she can recall in the past.
No.
as far as I can think back.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so in my distraction of trying to look up the numbers from the all resident voting, I did have, well, first of all, I actually wanted to compliment you, Mr. Gilbert, and the elections board. I think you did a very good job of, although the third question is complicated, I think you actually did a very good job of making it about as simple as it can be. And give the required information. I think it actually is helpful to say, and amending the city's charter 40%, because that is one of the significant things about ranked choice voting, especially ranked choice, proportional ranked choice voting, which is what we're talking about, which has a different threshold than instant runoff or other things, which is sort of the single winner. But I slightly disagree, because I think they work just as well. I think single winner and proportional ranked choice for multi-winners work just as well. I think the proportional is harder to explain, but I think they both work mathematically just as well, just in my opinion. But yes, I agree that the proportional is much more complicated. So I guess the one question that I wanted to ask related to question one is there a way, the way you have it framed, or the Board of Elections has it framed, it's if you answered yes to one, and then you answered two, do we have a way, will our tallying be able to separate that? Like, I'm just thinking of, what about people who actually answer no to one but still respond to number two?
Yeah, if you're asking whether we're going to get numbers for each of the questions, the short answer is yes.
But would we be able to?
And actually, now that you bring it up, part of question one probably is mistaken, because what we want for the second part is to talk about recall petitions, regardless of whether you voted yes or no to part one.
So maybe a better phrasing would be, if four-year terms are enacted, should
Yes, that's
council
right,
members
that's
be
right, that's
subject
right.
to voter recall petitions during their terms in office?
That's
So that
right.
that removes the dependency there, and I think that would be clearer. Although that then sort of makes it two connected questions, but two separate questions. I would actually like to move that we add the question about ranked choice voting to the ballot as a referendum in November.
Second.
So are you saying not a question, but a referendum?
Well, they're advisory referendums. It's advisory.
Question.
Okay, so you're just moving for now, number 3.
Right, that's the one that I would most like to see on the ballot, as it's probably not a surprise to anybody who's heard me talk about it.
I'll second that.
I think Ms. Pompey already
Oh,
did.
I'm sorry.
But we have some other.
We do have some other discussion on that, but we can actually have discussion. Since you made the motion, it's been seconded. Let's go ahead and discuss that. Is there additional discussion? Ms. McKinney, council member, you brought up the idea of trying to clarify this further, and just as far as the deadline, the drop dead date to get this on the ballot, do we have additional time?
You have one meeting in September that we want to give
So
this
if we
by,
voted
so
to do this,
September 8th.
but if we also voted to try and work on the language a little bit more, that might make it more palatable. You brought up.
Yeah, I would like to work on the language, and I'd like to see what is the plan to try to get some education out. So if we're going to put it out there and we're going to be proactively putting this on the ballot, we need to be able to educate people on what it actually means before it.
Accept that as a friendly amendment.
I would like to vote on it tonight, but I'm willing to entertain changes to the language at the September meeting.
Okay, so a motion has been made, so let's have some additional discussion.
to put this, I actually think this language is pretty clear. I could see making it bullet points, but I actually think this language is clear. So my motion is to put question number 3 here as presented by the Board of Elections on the ballot in November.
That's the ranked choice.
The ranked choice. That's the only one I'm.
It's been seconded.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of comments from the public. I don't know if anybody's online. Is there any additional discussion from council on this topic? Is there anyone online?
I don't think there's any way that you can educate the public in that short a period of time. I just don't.
I have more faith in the public.
Let's take a couple of comments. Mr. Orleans?
No, that's the one I want to vote for. If someone else wants to vote.
Thank you. I probably never would be in favor of the exercise of raw power, doing something because you can do it. I am in favor, however, of exercising legitimate authority. The 7 of you, from my respects, it's a mistake made, but nonetheless, the 7 of you have the authority of your office. If you believe something should be done, you should vote to do it. Putting it off on an advisory question to the ballot question gives you cover. And since it's non-binding, you may end up not doing it anyway. It's a slow, unnecessary process. If the 7 of you or 4 of you think ranked choice ranked choice voting is appropriate amendment to our charter, you should do it. Vote to do it. If 4 of you think that the term of council should be changed, and I want to speak to that in a moment, you should do it. You should not ask the public their advice, which you may ultimately accept or not. You should exercise the authority of your office. That's not exercising raw power. That's what is emanating out of Washington and Austin at the moment and elsewhere. But it's the authority of your office. Have the guts to make a vote on what you think is right or wrong. And if people don't like it, you'll hear about it at a later time. But you should have the guts to do what you think is right at the time. I don't know who's controlling the projection on the screen, whether it's the city clerk or maybe it's the mayor pro tem. It should not be the mayor pro tem, but it may be. Can you project those 3 questions again?
It wasn't me, it was the city
I'm glad
clerk.
to hear that. Thank you.
I disagree that it shouldn't sometimes
With regard
be
to
me.
question 1, I've been coming to council for 20 years now. There's only one person that I've ever heard at council or on council suggest that the term of office
We're
for council
talking
should be.
about question number 3 right now, sir. So if you
I'm
could
talking
hold
about all
your
3 of them,
questions
if I
and your
may be
comments
allowed to
until later,
continue,
I'd
sir.
appreciate it.
If I may be allowed to continue. There's only one person
No,
who has
actually,
ever brought
we're talking about the 3rd question. So, yes, I'm cutting him off, yes.
I raised my hand to speak to this question. This question
That's
is
not
not
the
just
question under
number 3, it's
consideration.
also
It's number
numbers 1 and
3.
2.
Sir,
And I'm speaking to number 1 at the moment.
is it council's will that Mr. Orleans shall continue to speak on these other questions?
Since
that are
you've
not
used up
currently under
a third
consideration?
of my time, council should be that I should be able to expend the remainder of it, speaking to
Council?
Because he did raise his hand before I made the motion. We were talking about all 3 previously.
Yes.
Okay, please, go
Well,
ahead.
thank you very much. Who's controlling the clock over here?
You need another 30 seconds.
Yeah, so go.
There's only ever been one person who has raised the subject of the term of office being changed from 2 years to 4 years. When this has come up in the past informally or at the Board of Elections, there has been someone who has suggested it should be changed from 2 years to 1 term. That's been suggested over a long period of time. It's historical. Greenbelt Council started out with members serving a 1-year term. It's something that we should aspire to return to. And number 2, with regard to
No, I can give you the dates. There was the very first year, but after that, it was all 2 years.
with regard to question number 2, even if we had 1-year terms as opposed to 4-year terms, the people should always have a right to recall their elected members of council. I don't know how this question was framed for the Board of Elections to consider just changing from 2 to 4 rather than changing it from 2 to something else. That's a question that the board, I couldn't get a straight answer from the board out of. I hope find out
Okay.
specifically in the future.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm in
Orleans.
favor of 1-year terms with
Thank you.
recall. And ranked choice voting
Thank
can
you,
be
sir.
understood by the
Mr.
public much
Orleans-
easier than it can be
Mr.
understood by
Orleans.
Mr. Gilbert.
Thank you.
I would ask you not to be insulting, though, Mr. Orleans.
So are there other comments on question number 3? Council, Jay Davis.
I appreciate the patience of the curbside food scrap group that's been waiting quite patiently. Maybe Nick, okay. I'm sorry, Jay Davis, Greenbelt East. I'm concerned about the education component of that. Because if you're educating, it's like you're advocating for it. Are you also going to have education of why this is not a good idea? So someone has to do that education as well. When you have an advisory question like this, I guess the term referendum is really kind of a bad term. It should say advisory question, not referendum. So usually what happens is you get the opinion, you get the pulse of whoever is voting. And then council, as was mentioned, has the decision whether they want to go forward with it or not, as the case may be. If it's kind of close or not even hardly anybody voted on it, then you kind of know that there's not very many people interested in it. So with ranked voting, we've discussed this before. This is not the first time. And it wasn't the first time 2 years ago. This was many, many years ago. And we spent hours trying to explain it to people. Now, maybe it's more easier to explain it now, but trying to educate folks on this process, the only way it's going to work is if you do it kind of like a pilot project and show people how it works. And I think that most people, when you have a question like this, these things are going to come out in letters to the editor. There's going to be flyers. There's going to be people discuss it and so forth and so on. So obviously the people who want people to pass are going to say, oh, if we just educate them enough, then that's being advocating. It's not educating. So you need to have a negative, you have to have a pro and a con. That's part of the education. Not just the pro, not just explaining it, because that can be done in a work session later on after you've had the election. And let's say 70% of the people want ranked vote choice, voting. Then council can decide whether to go forward with it. And what you've usually done in the past is you have a work session on it, you have a public hearing on it, and that's when you can start explaining it and maybe make the final decision. Trying to do that before the election is kind of putting the cart before the horse.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember McKinney.
I think you can educate and give people the facts without giving an opinion on what's right or wrong. I do think you should give pros or cons, but I think you can give people the facts without having an opinion one way or the other. And I think when I'm talking about education, looking at what you're seeing right now, it just may be hard to understand what is actually in print. So if there's a way to actually break down what is written there so people actually understand what is being said, or at least can understand in some way what they're going to be asked to vote on, I think that's the point. And I agree, there needs to be more education. My concern is similar to what Ms. Davis is saying, is that there may not be a lot of time. But I think we should at least make an attempt to simplify the language as much as possible. And I think that can be done structurally and by making some word choices. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I would concur. I think the language needs to be simplified. I think there's a more, although the explanation is very precise, I think the understandability, the comprehension level needs to be, we need to take a crack at making it a little bit simpler to understand. Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Orleans, I think you haven't been around long enough, because in 1991, there was a ballot question on 4-year terms. It was soundly defeated. The citizens said, heck no, we don't want you to have 4-year terms. And I believe that when it comes to electing the city council, the voters should decide how people are elected and when they're elected. It should be up to the voters, not to the politicians that want to get reelected or elected. The voters need to make those decisions.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on question number 3. With the friendly amendment, you said you're willing to consider simplifying, or as was stated by Councilmember McKinney, trying to work with the language.
Yes, I would just, I want to vote on it being on the ballot. I'm willing, if we need to adjust the language at the next meeting, that's fine with
Councilmember
me.
Pompey, you seconded, you're also comfortable?
I'm
Okay.
good with that.
All in favor of including question number 3, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No,
Okay, so it's, there's 2 noes. Okay. So are there any other motion? Well, let me just say with question number 1, the way that it's stated, simply asking 2 or 4 years, it was not, I advocated for this being included because I strongly feel that building staggered terms, a staggered 4-year term would be beneficial to the city of Greenbelt by building in a certain degree of consistency over years. You know, we've had quite a turnover in the last term of office for city council. And in our sister municipalities, a number of them have staggered terms. So they have elections every 2 years, but the council is not all elected at the same time. So there's overlaps. You couldn't have 7 people all starting at the same time, which is a possibility here in Greenbelt. So that being said, I strongly feel like the 3 questions is a bit much. I think that the ranked choice question is something that several of our members are passionate about and want to see it on the ballot. We just voted to put it there as an advisory question. So unless there's a motion to add another question, I would stick with the 1 question for now.
One off?
I'm not making a motion to put anything in there. Is there a motion from a council member? Would someone like to speak before Mr. Roberts?
I have a
'cause he just
comment.
spoke? Mr. Roberts?
well, I think the problem with your argument is you want to spend all the time and resources it takes to put on an election for 3 or 4 members. That's not, a good use of taxpayer funds. We need to elect everybody at one time. And I still say that a revolving chair is the best thing that we can do to improve our voting system.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
I would just comment on that I don't think if you're doing an election every 2 years, whether you have 3 or 4 people on the ballot or 7, I think it is functionally the same amount of money. So I don't know that from a fiscal standpoint, it actually makes a difference to do staggered 4-year terms versus everybody every 2 years. Because I think most of the election costs are pretty fixed. I mean, putting a few extra names on the ballot does not make a difference in the cost.
Ms. Pope, Councilmember Pope.
I agree with that, but I also believe that question number 1 should be on the ballot once again. I think all our adjoining municipalities are doing the same. They're going from 2 to 4 years. Staggered or not, I mean, this is not in there. We can maybe decide that later, how that would look, but just to see if the interest is there from the public, if that would be a possibility.
So are you making a motion? Okay, is there a second?
A second.
Okay. If there is no additional discussion, let's go ahead and take a vote. But yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think if this is, are you moving both parts of number 1? Because it's a 2-part question. Okay, because then I think, would you accept the language that we were talking about earlier, that instead of if you answered yes to question 1, if change it to if 4-year terms are enacted? Should council members be subject to voter recall petitions? Because that removed.
Okay, well, it's a question, it's a non-binding question, right?
Right, I think
So-
this is,
So we can, I think if they can answer the first part, and then we can, once, if we decide if that's something we want to do, or next council wants to do, then I think you can get into the nitty-gritty. Just like with voting for question number 3 being on the ballot. Now, you voted for it to be on there. My issue is like, I just don't, the way it's written right now, I just don't see that's a question that can be answered easily
Well-
and clearly. That's my problem with it. I don't have I mean, you can.
Yeah, but I'm talking about one. I think it's clearer to say, instead of this dependency on, if you answered yes to 1, you vote on 2, it's clearer to say, if 4-year terms are enacted, should council members be subject to voter recall? So there's not a confusion of, well, I
Okay,
answered no, should I?
right.
That's the change I'm
Yep.
suggesting.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I see there's a question from the public. Ms. Davis? Comment?
Jay Davis, Greenbelt East. I'm not sure why it has to have 4 years before you have a recall. I mean, one of the things that I noticed is that it's missing from our charter that you have the recall possibility. And that should be there regardless. We have had an incident in the past where possibly the citizens might have asked for a council person to be recalled, and we didn't have it in the charter. So why are you making it that we would only have the recall possibility if you go to a 4-year term? That should be a separate question. Should the recall process be put into our charter? And that's it. I mean, they had to explain maybe what recall is, but we don't have that possibility. If the citizens wanted to get rid of a council person who had, through malfeasance or neglect, they have no way of getting rid of that person and getting a new viable candidate instead at this particular time, other than waiting 2 years or a year for the next election. So the recall should be put in there regardless.
Yeah, my personal feeling is with the recall scenario, I think that complicates the question quite a bit without specifying. If it's still a 2-year term, if you have a recall and you nominate or elect someone else, that could be 6 months, depending on how long. If you have a recall, how long does it take? How many signatures? What percentage of the voting? But it just really complicates the question and thinking around the question. So I would sort of concur that it should be 2 separate questions, and I'm not sure that they should both be on the ballot as an advisory question without more information. Voter recall, what's the threshold, and once that threshold is reached, what's the process for reappointing or bringing somebody else on, and how long is that going to take? And if it's a 2-year term, if it takes 6 months or 4 months, that's a pretty sizable chunk out of a term. Any other comments before we vote? Yes, Councilmember McKinney.
Just one question or thought on the first part of the question, or question number 1. Does it make sense to add just something that says the proposed change would lengthen terms to 4 years upon the next election? Like, I don't want to run into any issues that I know other cities, not to name, have run into, where they think they're extending the term for current people in office. That is not what's happening. It is upon the next election, the term would be extended to 4 years.
Yeah, I suppose we could add that in, but it's an advisory question. And
Advisory question. It's not something this is going to be implemented. I mean, once we start, if it's ever implemented, I think that's when you make those announcements. I would.
Of course, we have the suggestion from the public that the term should be 1 year. So, I mean, should we put that in?
Let's not put that in there.
Okay, well, let's, yes, another question, and then I would like to vote because there are a number of other topics on the agenda that we really need to get to.
Frankie Fritz, 23 Ridge. Um, just, I will just say that just because other jurisdictions are moving towards 4-year terms does not mean it's a democratic decision. Renters on average will stay in their home for about 2 years. So
right.
there's entire communities of people who will be disenfranchised by this decision. They'll never have a period to kind of check in and participate in the process. And a lot of our problems stem from the fact that we operate on a 4-year political cycle, and we target the people who vote every single election, and those are the folks that we talk to, and then we create these feedback loops where there's a group of people who continue to participate, and there's a group of folks who don't feel like they're being welcomed. And I've heard that this council is having trouble filling commissions, and where, if you can't even get people to vote, it's going to be hard to find people to volunteer on commissions. And just, there are voters in Greenbelt. There's a lot of voters in Greenbelt. I pulled the numbers, about 9,348 people voted in the last presidential election, and those came from 6,213 households across the city. So there is a huge demographic of people. 2/3 or almost 3/4 of those people don't vote in city elections. I think that having elections every 2 years is a good process to encourage people to continue to engage with the city. And I think that moving to 4 years is not going to really lead to efficiencies. If anything, you might lose candidates who don't want to sign up for a 4-year commitment.
Well, thank you. Interesting perspectives. I suppose, based on your argument, or your statement, if the council should probably move to having its elections on the same cycle as presidential elections, and that way more people would vote. That's, there's a motion that was seconded on the floor. Let's go ahead and take a vote. And could you restate the motion? Because the change in language, this question number 2, Mayor Pro Tem, exactly what did you want this language to be changed to that you felt was more clear?
Well, I was concerned about the dependency between part 1 and part 2. So my suggestion was that if we do part 2, it should be if 4-year terms are enacted, should council members be subject to voter recall petitions during their terms in office.
Right. And Councilmember Pope, you made the motion. Is that something you would accept as a friendly amendment? Okay, and for the second, Councilmember McKinney, are you comfortable with that? Okay, well, let's take a vote on that motion as stated. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. It sounded like the motion passes.
I don't think so.
Let's do a roll.
4-3. Did you vote, Mayor?
Yes, I did vote.
4-3 what? 4 in favor or 4?
4 in favor, 3
I thought I
against.
heard 4 opposed, but I don't know.
No,
I'm willing to put it on the ballot. I'm not sure that it'll pass, but I'm willing to put it on the ballot.
And that's my feeling. I'm willing to put it on the ballot and see what comes back. So it seems that we can do a voice vote, but I heard 4-3. Let's do a roll call.
Ms. Niesel?
No.
Ms. McKinney?
Yes.
Ms. Pompey?
No.
Ms. Pope? Mr. Roberts?
No.
Ms. Weaver?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
The motion carries 4-3.
Are there any other motions on this agenda item? If not, I'd like to move to item number 21. So let's move to item number 21. And that's a discussion on the continuation of curbside food scrap collection and local compost processing. The city's residential composting program, operated by Compost Crew, is currently funded in part through a USDA grant that's set to expire in August, the end of this month. Approximately 410 households are enrolled, with the total annual program cost estimated at $103,000. So the recommendation is that we should talk about the desired resident contribution level subsidy by the city, terms of commitment, how long this program would go on as it is in shape now, and our approach to funding this service in the post-grant operating budget, which would be after this month. So I'd like to thank the members of the compost, the Green Aces who are here with us tonight. City Manager Summerone, could you concisely describe beyond my description what we are considering here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the conclusion of our budget process, council left the decision open about what to do with the compost program. There was strong support indicated through the budget process, which led to the exploration of the Save As You Throw. Both of these programs were somewhat considering jointly as something to explore further. The challenge that I am facing as the administrator is that in order to continue the program, we need funding designated by council to continue the program beyond the expiration date of the grant, which expires in August 2025.
Right. So the grant expires at the end of the month on the 31st. And one of the proposals that you've put forward in the way of generating funding for this, because as is stated, it would be $103,000 to continue the program through the end of the fiscal year, through June the 30th, 2026.
I think that's for a full year. That's for a calendar year. So it's actually 86,469 for the 10 months through June.
Okay. So, and the cost per household, what is the cost per household for delivering this?
The rate that the compost crew presented and also the Green Aces team presented to council, it placed the cost at $21.09
Per month.
per month per household.
It's 41 homes right now?
No, 410.
410, yeah. So I was just wondering about how effective, is there some way to kind of gauge the impact of this program on our tipping fees, or just in terms of the level of participation, the number from that 410 households? Do we have a sense how many would stop if there were a fee?
I don't know how many will stop. There's a fee. The cost and savings and tipping fees. It's on the chart that's on the screen. The team has estimated that there is about $8,540 in fee savings due to the program. Did I miss anything, Dr. Rose?
Tim?
We did have a survey that Compost Crew sent out. Now, there was a slight flaw in the survey, unfortunately, the way it went. But what we asked was how many people would continue, how much people were willing to pay to continue with the program. And you had to select one. So that's where the slight flaw in the survey was. But so at $5, 100% people said that they would continue. Now, that might be slightly flawed because there wasn't an option to say, no, I wouldn't continue at all. I wouldn't pay anything. But so $5, 100% said. At $10, 78% said they would continue. At $15, 51% said they would continue. At $20, 34% said they would continue. And at $25, which is actually more than Compost Crew is charging, 15% said they would continue. And this was a survey of 147 responses, so that's about 36% of participants. So that's actually a pretty decent response rate of the 410 households.
Well, it sounds like there's some inelasticity in the demand, the price from 100% to 84%. That's not that many people would drop off. And I believe the 5% contribution, that would be about a subsidy. The city would still be subsidizing the program 75%, and the $5 per household would be about a 23% contribution towards the program. Is that correct?
My math is not tracking, but.
Yes, I wanted to add to what Mayor Pro Tem was saying. We've sent an email out to the 410 people that are participating, letting them know that we might have a $5 cost now to the service. Only 12 people said that they might not be able to continue.
That was the only choice? You said there was a multiple, the survey
well,
was not conclusive.
The
on-
survey is different than I think
Yeah,
what
that-
Dr. Robles is talking
Since
about.
there was no choice to say 0, so I guess these 12 people are the ones that are saying 0. It's like they're not willing to continue with any cost. So that would be that question there.
Right, that makes sense. I guess the other option is you're composting, instead of having it picked up, you just have to take it to Public Works and empty the bin yourself.
Yes, so for options about composting, people can have backyard compost bins, they can have vermicompost bins, and they can also take their food scraps to Body Attic Park, to the drop-off location.
Mr. Roberts?
Well, I think if you want this really to be successful, we can't charge, we should not be charging extra for this. This should be a part of our regular refuse pickup that everyone can participate in. That's what you need to do, and not charge extra for it. Because our basic thing is we want to get people to throw less trash out and recycle what they have. So just making it a part of the refuse system that is, we're not charging more for it, that's going to make it a lot more people to participate. Because, yeah, I take my food scraps down to Buddy Attic Park, but a lot of people, most people are not going to do that. They're just going to throw them in the garbage. And they're not going to want to pay more, to get rid of those food scraps. It's expensive enough buying it costs enough to buy your food. And then you got to pay to get rid of it. That doesn't make any sense. No. It should be a part of our refuse system.
Well, unfortunately, you've got 410 households that are able to take advantage of this service, and the rest of the community,
How many households are we picking it up from?
410.
No, I'm talking about our refuse.
Well, it's still,
Yeah,
not-
there's
most of the
1,600.
city, most of the
There's six-
city, no,
there's-
we're not.
There's 1,600 in GHI.
Yeah, it's
And
what-
I don't
what,
know, how many
2,500?
single-family homes?
2,500,
there's-
I think.
How many is the total that we pick up from refuse? Including all the single-family homes and everything?
So all the apartments and condominiums and townhouses don't have that opportunity. Please go ahead.
I'm just trying to understand what you're advocating for, Mr. Roberts. Are you saying that our city public works staff should also be picking up the food scraps when they pick up trash and taking the food scraps? Like, so the city should be doing it?
Yes.
And we shouldn't be contracting with compost crew. We should be just having the city pick up.
Yeah,
That's
they
what
come
you're
to
saying.
pick
I'm
your
just trying
trash.
to
They
get
come to
clear on
pick
what
up
you're
your
saying.
trash, they pick up your compost, they pick up your trash, they pick up your recycling. Yes, that's how it should work.
I don't disagree with you. I don't think we can do that right now.
So,
A lot of other stuff we don't need.
in terms of subsidizing this cost, the 25-75 break or 50-50 break, but I think there's another scenario about trying to sell some of the equipment, the bins and whatnot, back to compost crew.
I think that scenario, I have seen it as a separate matter because we have equipment that unless we're going to utilize yourself, we don't have a use for it. The way this program was designed, was it over 2 years ago? Certainly before the 2 years that I've been here, it was meant to be an independent run operation, compost crew. So it's been designed that way. Now that we've acquired this equipment, the compost crew has created a base of service, has built infrastructure locally to support this program. So we don't have intention of using the equipment that was acquired through the grant. I think compost crew has made a fair offer to acquire the equipment to continue the operation on their own. Obviously, at this point, it still needs a subsidy.
Right, so the equipment issue, selling the equipment back to compost crew would not affect the subsidy one way or the other.
It does for a very short, limited period of time. So the equipment was purchased around $19,000. The equipment has been, I'm sorry, it was $24,000. It's been depreciated down to $19,000. That $19,000 being contributed to the project. There are some contingencies. contingency that they've asked for is that the program, that we make a commitment for a two-year program. It's difficult. I think it's in at this stage in the conversation, it's difficult to make that two-year commitment because we're running at the solid waste services at a deficit. Our projections are that with the price adjustment or the Save As You Throw program implementation, that we would be able to raise revenues a bit. Not enough to completely eliminate the subsidy, but it'll raise enough revenues. And I think in one of the models that was presented by the team, it could be enough to cover the entire subsidy and offset this cost. But there are some unknowns there, hence why the Save As You Throw is being proposed as a pilot program.
Right, right. So Compost Crew, they've wanted to work with the city of Greenbelt for quite some time, and the USDA grant was a pilot to
Yes.
see if it would work. And it seems to some extent, it is working.
Oh, it's working very well.
Yeah.
And I'd like to add too that the 410 are just the 410 bins. There's more families actually participating because some people share their bin. So in my court, there's 3 bins, but the entire court participates putting our food scraps into those 3 bins. So there's 410 accounts, 410 bins, but more than 410 families benefiting from the program. And the way that I like to look at it is between now and December, we need a small amount of money from council. Tom Taylor has the numbers. I think it's $8,000. If people are paying $5 per bin per month, then we need about $8,000 between now and the end of the year to carry the program. If they pay $8 per month, is I think $2,000 or $3,000 that we need between now and the end of the year. And then starting January 1st, we're hoping that the SAID program will cover the other portion. So the city will still be subsidizing, but the money would be coming from the SAID program.
Well, that puts things in a slightly different light. So essentially, we're just asking for this funding to hold us over until December, with the thought being that the Save As You Throw program will generate some income so that we can kind of continue on after that. And so Compost Crew, did they have some other ideas or other proposals that they've put forward, or is this is it?
No,
Because,
this
you know,
is it at the moment. Yeah. The other option would be to, because right now our food scraps are being taken to Trinity Church to our equipment.
right.
And that's what I call gourmet compost. Everything is turned by hand. The result is really, really nice product. The other option would be to take it to Western Branch, which is the county's facility, and they are ginormous with like industrial size things. The quality of the compost is lesser, and their compost includes way more yard waste than food scraps, whereas ours is very well balanced.
Member Tim.
Yeah, and I think the wrinkle with bridging through December is that Compost Crew wants an agreement for a contract. I mean, they'd like a 2-year contract. We can't really give them a 2-year contract. They would like an agreement to continue with the service before they're willing to buy back the bin on the accelerated schedule. So compared to what's in the table that was in the packet, first of all, has a slightly higher rate. I think it was 2163, and they've actually brought it down to 2109, which doesn't, seems like not a much. But so it included that. But the original proposal from Green Aces was to have the purchase of the bins spread out over 2 years, and so that was what. So it would take the price of per household down a little bit every month for 2 years. In an attempt to bridge the September to December gap, Compost Crew has agreed to front load buying the bins. But the problem with that is that they want an agreement for a longer term contract. So it's not like we can just say, oh, we'll get through December and they'll buy back the bins. That's contract. Compost Crew is not going to agree to that. So I think that, and I apologize, these weren't in the packet. I was doing these calculations this afternoon, so it wasn't something that I had prepared. But so this is looking at it in a little bit more of a holistic sense. So the compost crew, there are 410 households, 2109 a month. So the total cost to compost crew is 86 per month. That period of 10 months, September to June, 10 times that. So that's the cost through the end of this fiscal year because we're still covered by the grant in July and August. Compost crew will agree to buy back the compost outpost bins for $19,264. So that leaves us $67,205 to cover somehow in fiscal '26 if we want to keep the contract. They really want 2 years, but they understand that we can't do that. So these are some different options. I mean, the one that has been advertised, I think that was because that was the voice vote, that just wasn't money attached to it, is paying participants paying $5 a month. So the resident contribution is $2,500. That leaves $46,705 for the city share. I looked back at our budget. We did have a little bit of excess income, a slight budget excess in our budget. Now, again, the hope is eventually say it would cover this, but we have to get there. We have to be actually generating income from that program. So if we use that $25,800 there, we still have to cover $20,904 somewhere else in the budget. Some other options, if we ask people to pay $8 a month, you can see the numbers there. If we ask participants to pay $10 a month, which about 78% of people said they would continue doing, you can see there that actually we could just use most of the budget balance for 405. And of course, if we ask participants to pay the full cost, that's $2,109. So I think, one proposal I have, if my colleagues would be willing to entertain it, is if we would have to do a budget amendment for that 2580 to use the rest of that income, again, with the hope that it will eventually come back because of the Say It program. But then we have to find somewhere for the excess money to come. Again, hopefully it would come back after we get the new program in place. So my proposal to my colleagues is that we have $30,000 allocated in the budget as a council discretionary fund. If we could use some of that for the time being to support this program to get us through until the Save As You Throw program comes into full effect, then we would get some more revenues from Save As You Throw and could restore that council discretionary fund if my colleagues are willing to entertain that idea at whatever level they find appropriate.
Councilmember Niesel, looking at these options, I was gonna actually move that we consider option number 3, where participants.
I was gonna move.
Yeah. Well, if you want to, I'll second your motion.
No, that's perfect. I would like to go with option 3. My reasoning being that people will not be paying for the Save As You Throw until the new year. And so this it's almost like an on-ramp into paying a little bit more or less, right? I also like that it gives us the chance to pick up the Save As You Throw, see how much that's actually making before we go and over-allocate towards this program.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We've got a couple
Second.
of. Well, I already seconded.
Oh, you
Too
did.
late, yeah. So a couple of comments. Mr. Orleans, I believe you have a comment, and Mr. Taylor. You just hold on, just so we can vote.
Thank you. I don't fault at all those folks wanting to associate themselves with efforts of compost crew. My comment is this. I've been asking for some time, and I've been told that there's one fairly significant person in town who might agree with me that the city would benefit from having a collective collection of refuse, recyclables, and compost stuff. And I would like city management to undertake an analysis. Who benefits, who costs from maintaining the status quo? How much less it might be for folks at Greenbrier if the city collected their stuff, or Franklin Park or Greenbelt Station. The commercial entities in town, would they benefit? How much does it cost them now to hire one of these private carters? I think if an analysis was done, I could be wrong, but I think if an analysis was done, the city and all its residents and all its commercial ventures and our roads would benefit from collective municipal collection of all this stuff.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor?
Management will consider doing that study.
Thank you. Tom Taylor, 11 Court, Laurel Hill Road. And I've been volunteering with this from the very beginning. And my concern is that the problem is that the $5 fee has already been announced. And as Louisa said, we only 12 people that said they couldn't afford that. We also got some comments that $5 is very reasonable. You're making it very easy for us. And the people have said that it's great to just set it out. It's such an easy program. It really encourages composting. We've gotten great feedback from the Community Garden Club benefits because all the finished compost is going to the gardens, and they've raved about it. It goes really quickly. So we really are a model with the composting being done right here in Greenbelt at the compost outpost at Trinity Church. We have really modeling locally closing the loop, literally. The food scraps, being processed in Greenbelt and then coming back to be used in the community garden. So it's been a very, very successful pilot program, and I just would like to encourage council to consider, keeping the $5 subsidy, because I think that will maximize participation. I think we're building, it's not only, and I understand the budget limitations, and from all my attending in council meetings, I think you all do a great job of really considering all the residents' needs and balancing priorities and trying to make the best decisions you can. But I think that this program it's not only an investment this year, it's an investment in the future. And it's setting a good foundation for future zero waste efforts, more trash reduction, and maybe we can do more, get to apartment complexes eventually. But this has been a really good foundation, and I think it's important because it's a successful pilot to make the conditions optimal for as many people to participate as possible. And I think we've gotten great feedback on the $5 rate so far, and I'm concerned that if we raise it beyond the $5, that participation will drop off dramatically, and we will have a less of a foundation going forward. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Niesel.
I just have a follow-up question. So I'm part of, the compost program, and I haven't gotten any information about it being a $5 fee. I'm just wondering who this has been floated to.
Yeah, Compost Crew sent out an email like maybe a month ago. July 30th. And it went to all of the subscribers. And
that's so
most people
strange.
have opened up the emails and responded to them, but we still have a few that have not.
I must be one of those.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, and I think when I put that forward as the voice vote of that, the subsidy, I think the problem was we hadn't worked out all of these details and figured out what where the money was actually coming from. It's this time issue of we don't have it in the budget, and we don't have the new Say It program starting until January. So I think that was partially the problem that I framed it when I put it forward on June 16th or whatever it was. So I apologize for that. That was perhaps should have done more of the math back then. But I think at that point, we thought we could, yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the measure passes with the $10. Yes.
I would like to make a quick comment that I agree with Mr. Roberts that ideally the city should be able to pick up everyone's compost and, process it somewhere. Ideally, I would love for that to happen sometime. Right now, I think that this is, an interim generating awareness, letting people know what they can do with their food scraps. And once we have more awareness, maybe we can move on to a larger program like that.
Thank you for that suggestion. Thank you for all you do, Dr. Robles and the other Mr. Taylor and everybody else that's worked so hard on this. Really, really appreciate the effort. I think it's a great program. Before you leave, so I was just going to move to actually, if we could maybe table the rest of these items on here.
My item is very short.
Take a
I have a
vote.
very short question. Cut it off. It's important.
If we can do it quickly, I think we do need to vote on the meetings, actually.
Items, right?
Yeah, I think we can get there. But I think,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've got to go.
Okay, that's going to bring us to item number 22. Discussion of the National Park designation for the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center, Patuxent Wildlife Center, and the NASA Goddard properties. Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you. All I'm asking is that the council write a letter to all our federal officials, asking them to inform us what is exactly the process that needs to be followed to create a national park, and will they initiate that? If they won't initiate that, the information that they give us on how it should be done, then the citizens of Greenbelt or anyone else can begin lobbying them to do that. And the fact is, we're coming up on midterms elections in a little over a year or so. So the balance of power may change, and something like this will be a possibility. And my interest is having long-term protection for the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center, for Patuxent Wildlife, for the Goddard NASA product, for all the forested areas and open spaces in that area. But first, we need to know how this process works. That's all I'm asking.
Making a motion?
That's a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion? So, Councilmember.
Maybe a clarification, but if you designated a national park, doesn't that defeat what you're trying to do in Bark as keeping
No.
it an agricultural research
No,
center?
because as I said, we can have a national park that focuses on anything you want. So just like a lot of national monuments, they focus on the natural resource or the the antiquities or whatever it is in that particular area. We can have a national park that focuses on agricultural research, and people can go there and learn about the research that goes on in that national park. And I think, personally, I think that would be a big draw for people that want to learn about that, because it would be different than all of the other national parks. And if, as I said before, the only thing that the administration down there right now is not trying to totally get rid of is our national parks, because they know how popular they are with the people.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pompey, you seconded this.
Yeah, I just want to say, I second the motion. I think it's fine to write this letter requesting the information. I think the more information we have, the more options we have, the better, like let's figure out what is available to us, so that's why I seconded it. I think it can't hurt to ask and to learn.
Well, yeah, I think there's no harm in writing this kind of a letter. Just a question about the specifics of this research, or asking what the process is for creating a national. I think we want to keep it simple and straightforward. So, Mr. Summeron, how do you feel about drafting that kind of a letter?
I understood that we're writing a letter to the congressional representatives and the senators on how to designate the areas of Beltsville Agricultural Research Center, Patuxent Wildlife Refuges, and NASA Goddard properties as a national park.
Well, how you designate any area as a national park doesn't have to be those,
That's
but
sort of what
I mean, you can
embodies
mention those, that, yeah, this is what we would like to do with those properties. But, there's a process for that to happen no matter where it is.
So I think what you stated, I'm comfortable with that. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I'm not sure that it makes sense to ask them about the process, because I think that information is available elsewhere. Like, I found an article on the internet that tells me basically what the process is. So I would suggest that we not frame it as, can you give me this information? But more in the sense of,
I
are you
want that.
considering that, or would you consider it? Because I think asking our congressional offices about the process that we can research by other means is not the best use of their time. I think if we're going to write the letter, we should frame it in a way of, have you considered this as one of the options for preserving these areas?
That's what they're there for. They're there to give us information, and I want that information, because I'm not going on computer and trying to figure it out.
I'll print some things out for
People
you,
in
Mr. Roberts.
In Greenbelt, they don't need to figure it out. But part of my motion was to ask them, will you initiate that process?
And I'm comfortable with that. As far, I agree with Mayor
I'm
Pro
sure
Tem
they
with
have that
asking about-
information readily available, and it makes them realize that we're interested and we want to know.
Well, public comment here. Ms. Davis?
Jay Davis, Greenbelt East, don't ask for information, just ask them,
Yes.
do the process. Go ahead
would
and
you?
start working on it. You skip a whole step.
Right.
With Bark, making that a national park, I think Mr. Roberts is correct. The theme would be about farming and so forth and so on. With Goddard, it would be more of a national historic landmark or a monument. That's not a national park. It's going to be something different. So the Patuxent, I'm not sure what you would do with that. I guess it would be a national
I mean,
monument.
it's already.
Well,
But whatever it is,
It all needs to be a national park, Jay, because it all needs to be tied together.
No, but
This is,
the
this
purpose-
is
Davis,
the-
finish,
This
please.
is the
Please,
largest
I'm
she's
not
piece
got
of
the
gonna argue
property.
with,
Please,
I'm not arguing,
please.
Mr. Roberts, I'm just saying that designating something a national park usually has some significance. A monument has some significance, a national historic landmark has a significance, and it's all in its charter and how it's done. Mr. Roberts, don't argue with me,
Why not?
please, because I'm
Argu-
agreeing with you.
Arguments
Let's
are
go ahead and
productive.
take
I
a
am
vote.
agreeing with you,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts, that you
Appreciate
should
it.
do this process, but you have to make sure that what you are asking is something that is viable and can be done in the way that the way they
So
are
please,
designated.
Can we just
But
vote on this?
also, if I may get a chance to talk, Mr. Roberts,
I have my hand up.
but I'm not, I am
Well,
not
you
the
can
mayor.
speak while I have my hand up. I'm not interfering with
Okay,
you.
what I'm trying to say is, you made a statement, though, Mr. Roberts, that they are not eliminating national parks. They are doing worse than eliminating national parks. They are underfunding them. They are understaffing them. They are allowing forestry and everything else to go in to remove what is happening. They are cutting out little sections and allowing development. And that is unfortunate, what is happening right now. What you are proposing is wonderful, but with the current situation, it will not protect Bark.
Okay, thank you.
You can make it
So-
a national park, but they still would develop it.
Thank you. All in favor?
Agree
I'd
with
like
that.
to call
I
the
think
question.
the areas they're going
I'd like to call the
after
question.
are national
This is
monuments,
second.
not national parks.
Okay, let's take the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Yes.
Opposed? Okay, the motion carries. That's going to bring us to item number 24. We can skip count.
Was I from the consent agenda, I believe.
We do need to do meetings, because we have some changes. But I think we can skip reports and activities.
Skip council reports and activities, meetings. Is there a motion?
I move to adopt the meeting schedule as proposed by staff.
Okay, any comment, discussion? Is there a second? I'll second that. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The motion carries. That's going to bring us to item number I, or 27, which is the campaign signs. Mr. Roberts.
All I wanted to do was take it off of there so I could vote, we could vote on it separately, because I'm not in favor of the city. I've said this, every election since they started this. I don't think that the public works should have to use their time and effort. If you want to put up a poll, let the candidates go out and put it on. But the other issue is people have to pay for it. And so I'm really not in favor of the city being involved in campaign signs. Thank you. So that's all I want to do is an opportunity to
Okay,
to
would
vote
someone
nay.
like to make a motion in regard to that item, which was, what's the wording for that? That was on the consent agenda. Okay, item number I. So I'd like to make a motion to authorize the placement of campaign signs on designated public property locations for city council elections emphasizing that participation in the program is strictly voluntary. Council has expanded this program to include a total of 16 approved locations for campaign signs on public property. And that's as opposed to allowing candidates to randomly post their signs in the public right-of-way. So that's my motion, that we authorize the placement of these signs. Is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, we have one vote in opposition. So that, I believe, brings us to the close of the agenda. It's been a long meeting. We got a lot accomplished. So is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much.